Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on time. We really, really appreciate that. We like to start on time and finish on time. Just one common request before we get started. Since we want the sessions to be interactive, we have not put a by default mute on everyone. So whenever you join in and you're not speaking, we request you to kindly put yourself on mute. So, without any delays, just so you know, we want to get started and record this session live on Facebook and then post it further on YouTube as well. So, if you have to drop down in between, that's totally fair, but do not forget to mute yourself. Anyhow, welcome to Technology Conclave Day 1, presented by Pencils and Pistons. Uh, Today, we'll be having discussions on digital engineering, Industry 4.0 tools, cyber risks in supply chains, and skills of future in heavy industry. And we are super excited to host speakers from 6 different time zones today from US, UK, Australia, Middle East, and of course, India. So, who are we? We are basically Pencils and Pistons. Pencils and Pistons is a co-working and learning community for all the change makers like you and me in the heavy industry. This space is basically to come together and learn through a peer learning model. We want to get mentored by the best in the industry. We want to create next generational leaders in our industry because we know that we are all on the path to the fourth industrial revolution. The intention is to bring together men and women like you and me to create a safe space, upskill ourselves, and create role models and allies for a more inclusive workspace in the future. So, come be a part of this career advancement community. And today is your first step to it. We are organizing our technology conclave. And when I say technology conclave, that's the first pillar of Pencils and Pistons. The objective of Pencils and Pistons is to create leaders in 4 dimensions: innovation, sustainability, diversity, and of course, technology. And in this quarter, we start with 2 days of full focus on technology in the heavy industry, and we have all sorts of speaker for that. So without any further delays, I want to kickstart the first session. The session is a master class by Stuti Gupta. The topic is digital engineering practices in business. Just to set the conversation tone, let's get to understand what exactly is digital engineering. Digital engineering is the practice in which new applications are conceived and delivered. So it includes a lot of methodologies, utility, and process of creating new digital products end to end, and leverage data and technology to produce improvements to application. So what exactly digital engineers do when it comes to businesses, Stuti would be the one taking us forward. Now, let me introduce our speaker, Stuti Gupta. Stuti Gupta is the co-founder and director at Blue Sky Solutions. She has more than 13 years of experience in industry and in academia. At Blue Key Solutions, she provides consultancy services for enterprises and startups that are looking for integrated digital engineering solutions to solve their engineering problems and embrace the emerging technologies and achieve operational excellence. At Blue Sky, she also engages in advancing systems engineering knowledge and practices through structured, customized training. In her previous role in a Fortune 500 company, she was the systems and architecture lead, where she has been a manager for off-way highway equipment automation teams. She has led various systems engineering research projects and co-led systems engineering competency development at the technology center during her tenure. I mean, needless to say, this lady has a lot of experience. She comes from some of the best breed of academia, including BITS Pilani India, Cornell University, in fact, MIT USA. And today she's engaged with a lot of local communities, making sure that she spreads the much needed awareness. And also, she supports a lot of women when it comes to encouraging them in technologies. So, Stuti, I welcome you for the session and over to you.
Thank you, Rashmi, for that kind introduction. It's both a nervousness and a relief to be the first to go in the technology conclave. I think it's kudos to you to create such a platform for everyone to come together and learn, and also, what you're doing with Pencils and Pistons. So I'm really honored. Thanks for inviting me to this forum. I know it's called a masterclass, but there's only so much you can do in 1 hour, and I'm going to try my best to maybe give a glimpse of what what I think about digital engineering within businesses. And here, especially with Pencils and Pistons, the context is around heavy industries and empowering and uh, enabling upskilling and preparing ourselves for the technologies in the future. So with that, let me share my screen. I just realized I'm not sharing. So Rashmi, you can see.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, all right. So let me get started, and feel free to leave questions in the chat. I'll see if I can monitor chat, and or we can have Q&A towards the end. So I think the introduction's already done. And I just wanted to mention that I've worked with various automotive and tier one off-highway industry, tier one suppliers during my past tenure. I have both academic experience as well. But that does not mean that I'm like literally going to take your class right now. So there's no exam, no quiz. It's just going to be interactive, and feel free to leave questions in the chat. All right. So um, I'm going to start with this picture, which we have seen. I'm sure everyone in this call has seen multiple times and have been seeing it for some time. But this is to re-emphasize that the industry is going through a transformation, and that we all need to prepare ourselves for it. When I say all, it means both you and me, not just you as an audience, but and also all experienced professionals, academia, new graduates entering the industry, just the future generation as well. So I think you can say it's in the midst of fourth industrial revolution, encompassing a wide spectrum of technological advances across the value chain. And of course, since last year, the fabric of the operating modality in the industry has radically changed and accelerated digitalization across domains. And as a result of that, as a result of increased use of digital technologies, the boundary between the real and the virtual world is, blurring. And there is growing needs for cyber physical systems involving entirely new capabilities for not only the industries but people who are building those systems. So with that and with that, the focus is on thriving technically and economically, and also integrating these different technologies to make work efficient. And I'm sure you'll get more of it in the next session, I guess, that's specifically on industry 4.0. However, just to set the context, I thought to introduce with that. And we have a lot of examples around us. Now we have the capability to look at our factories digitally even before the factory is, the first brick is laid. It is known that the Boeing 787 Dreamliners, avionics, and online, support systems are made using 6 to 7 million lines of code. It is going to be the 21st, I guess, year of International Space Station orbiting uh, and inhabiting humans in the low Earth orbit. So it's an engineering marvel. And then various other, our own daily lives is now infused with a lot of digital. But when we talk about product development or for the heavy industry, there are challenges as opportunities as well. That a lot of structures are becoming more connected and complex. The complexity is also coming because different technologies, we are integrating, and the processes around those are changing. The life cycle of these technologies is shortening. So having us to upgrade or integrate new technologies as the life cycles get shortened. for them. However, the systems in which they are integrating, they are physical systems, probably they are lasting longer than the technologies that they integrate themselves. And then there's also this transition, like, in the industry where we initially wanted more efficiency in our systems, but now we want more resilience in the system. That the systems need to have the capability to absorb that shock, and be able to evolve out of it, and be purposeful for what it is made for. Some other challenges from even conceptualizing the systems, or the way we are upgrading our systems, is more that the design is we integrate on top of the legacy system, so the design emerges from the pieces rather than the foundational architecture of the system itself. And several other the business level challenges, like there are new emerging models, like for now, there is this whole idea of even aerospace, or some other aerospace related systems, like they are integrating engine as a service. They're not really buying engine as a component, but they are integrating it as a service. And these are some new emerging models that are coming up. um, okay. So yeah, I would appreciate if if there's a comment, feel free to type it in the chat, and not on the screen. That would be good. Okay. Also, other challenges, opportunities, or things pushing the business are consumer needs are constantly changing. There's increasing globalization. The world has become smaller, and the businesses are still struggling with higher life cycle costs. Okay, so while there are still challenges and opportunities, and we are going to see a glimpse of how to cope with some complexity in conceptualizing systems, and bringing in more and more digital practices in the engineering. Um, while the rest of the world is grappling with the developments in fourth industrial revolution, there's one example that we have. There's somebody's already thinking of a future landscape. So Japan is at the forefront of designing and architecting what is known as Society 5.2. So they are conceptualizing. They are defining the goals and a direction to solve problems like increasing demand for energy and food, or there is regional inequality, or there's aging society, which other parts of the world will also soon grapple with that. So how do you design systems to address at that human-centered society? And these problems are not unique to Japan alone, right? So the major advancements would be at the heart of their efforts around artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, robots, self-driving cars, and gathering as much data as possible to understand the human in the society, and to enable to design better products. Okay. All right. So here's a picture from this is from NASCOM and Everest Group. So there's this one's from a record from NASCOM and Everest Group, that when we talk about designing systems, that digital enablers are going to help drive significant efficiencies in the engineering process there, because I want the product faster. I want it to be with the consumer faster within my own system. I want higher operational efficiency. I want to be able to, mitigate risk. I want to drive competitive advantage. I want to be first, introducing my product first in the market, and I want to enter new markets and localize the product, so there is more adoption of those products, and there is better customer experience. So we've within each engineering discipline, if we see, each of them actually have very good digital practices. There are, like, if we see mechanical engineering, 3D modeling has been there since 2 decades, and there is high computational capabilities available to do mathematical analysis, physics simulations, and be able to test your product digitally. However, and then we have other examples, like we have the 3D printing capability. We are able to look at some physical prototypes before actually going for mass production. We're able to do AR, VR capabilities for any testing, or any design conflicts within our design. So there are several examples available, but the whole idea is that all of these are good. They might be having state-of-the-art capabilities within their own silos, but what we actually need to address some of these benefits, or to achieve some of these benefits, both on the engineering and business side, is to have an integrated approach of development, and not just look at piecewise uh, development. To set to the context of that conversation is, when we look at any development life cycle, uh, we you know we spend certain percentage in each phase. It could be conceptualizing, design, development, production, and then releasing the product to the consumer for use and operation. But if we see most of the costs of developing that entire system or the product, 80% of the cost is already committed in the initial 20-25 percentage of the development of the product itself. And you may ask why? Because that's where the business, the engineering is making decisions of the product itself, right? Like there are several engineering decisions that happen in this phase. So you've already committed cost, because you've already made a choice of what component or what feature or what capabilities you're going to design in your system. So what needs to be done actually, is to shift some of those aspects to the left. So we don't want to reach production and testing phase and realize that we've not, we missed out on few requirements, or we've not done few tests as were planned, and maybe we come across some defects. So and by that time, I would probably spend more to rectify that defect than I would if I discover it much earlier in the development life cycle. So we need to shift some of these activities, decision making, or the rework, all of that, or discovering some defects to the left side of or the early phases of the development. In order to enable the integrated approach of realizing systems, of conceptualizing products, there's a discipline called systems engineering. It's not another engineering, but it's bringing all of these disciplines together to bring that integrated approach, so we can conceptualize engineered systems, with the right methodology. And this is the definition from International Council on Systems Engineering, which is the largest professional body for systems engineering around the world. This and it has something called as a V model. It's in the shape of V, as you can see. Generally, every organization has something called as a stage gate process. So you start, and it's represented as a linear process, like from left to right, with progression of time. You conceptualize your system till you retire your system, and that is shown as a V. And the whole purpose of showing that as a V is that as you conceptualize, you define requirements or the design of your system, and do detailed design, and do the verification validation, then release it for operation to the customer or the user. What this process suggests is that while you're conceptualizing, you already think of validating what you're doing at a high level while things are still fuzzy. You don't have the complete requirement set, and as you go down, in tandem with what's happening on the left side, you keep verifying and validating what is seen on the right side, but you sort of bring it upfront. So as you move down from understanding your concepts, you're already using some methods to validate it and whether I'm going to meet customer requirements or not. And there are several methods available to be able to do that. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just suggesting that there are formal, objective methods to help with the decision making in those spaces. So if you're looking at, let's say, concept, or you want to understand your system better, how it's going to operate, what other interactions. So if you consider your system of interest as a black box, what other interfaces it's going to have around, which are coming from the context, and how they are going to influence the behavior of your system. And because their behavior, the systems outside of your system of interest, their behavior is not in your control. So in order for you to be able to design your system better, you need to understand what are those interactions that are happening, and then who's responsible for various different things. So you could do stakeholder needs analysis. You could build a context diagram where you are, marking out some of those interfaces interest. And of course, at times you want to look at what's available in my design space. So you want to do some sort of trace space analysis and see the combinations of solutions that are available, so that your approach to designing your system of interest is more thorough and well thought through decision. Then when you go down to the lower layers, now all of these activities are going to help you understand your system better, help you derive good system requirements. And then as you go down, there are several other methods that are available to build further, concrete information about your system itself before you go to detailed design. Because by the time you reach detailed design, if all of these activities are done and you don't need to do 100% set, depending on the kind of system problem you're trying to solve. But if you have all of these activities, then what happens in the detailed design is, much more robust idea is going into detailed design. So the time and effort and the money that you spend in developing that particular selected concept or selected few concepts, you are able to quickly, turn it around into to manufacturing it and delivering it to the customer itself. So the top part sort of answers the question: did we build the system right? And the verification: did we build the right system? So these methods help you answer this question. Now, uh, currently, what happens is this is how most of the engineering organizations are structured. They have a mechanical group, they have an embedded systems group, they have an IT group, they have and within those they have their own groups of hydraulics and various other groups. So they are structured in a certain way, which brings in, and as they're all working together. So they are working together because they're all building the same system, but it comes with some implicit dependencies of the way the information is conveyed. I would assume that I have the latest requirements document to build the system I'm responsible for, or the subsystem I'm responsible for, whereas there may be other versions existing. And so there's a lot of static documents, informal communications, a lot of recently I was talking to one of my clients, and they were talking about how things happen over a phone call. Decisions are made over a phone call, and then nobody has a track of between them. It's all sorted. They've gone with the latest decision, and the system has probably also come out fine. But it's like, where did you record that decision or discussion, right? So there's a lot of there's poor integration of information, and because of which later on we discovered these uh, you know discovered the errors, maybe coming from integration, or maybe realizing that we have not met few requirements, or we've skipped some requirements, or is not, or we are going to take longer than what we expected because we had some oversights and or made some mistakes, right? So uh, just thought to break this and give an example. Like this is one from it's an old example, but it's a very classic example of having some implicit dependencies, or having recorded different information. So if you remember the Mars Climate Orbiter, it was a robotic space probe launched by NASA way back in 1998 to study the Martian climate, the atmosphere or the surface changes, and to act as a communicating mechanism, um, uh, uh, you know of the Martian surface itself. But in 1 year, the communication from the spacecraft um, was lost, and so they sort of tried to find out what happened, and what they figured out was that there was English units into metric units. There was a translation error, and they found it in the software. So uh, so there was some implicit assumption about the units. Nobody actually questioned that, or nobody, or it was an oversight that in one place there was one unit, and the other place some other unit was being used, or the way the data was being used, the engineering data that was being used had different units. So you can see that, if we use the right methods and the tools, we would be able to deflect such errors. And this is such a costly error for NASA or for space missions itself. Okay. So I want to introduce this terminology called model-based systems engineering. This model-based systems engineering is the formalized application of modeling, so digital models. Well, you can start with pen and paper as well, but the whole idea is to use tools, digital tools, to bring in efficiency and support system requirements, design analysis, verification, validation activities throughout the development of the system lifecycle. And so model, as we all know, is a graphical, mathematical or physical representation of your system or system information. It's an abstraction of reality, and it could include behavior, static information about the system, like its architecture or hierarchy. It can enable requirements traceability across system information, and help with various other activities, right? So, so MBSE is one way, is an enabler for digital engineering. Um, the exchange of documents, that picture that we saw, when it gets replaced with a system model, uh, it needs to be set that that single source of truth needs to be designed and set up in such a way that all of these departments, and at this point we can, let's say, assume that we're not changing the organization structure, but the way they are accessing the engineering information, the engineering data is changed. So this total system model, the idea of this total system model, or the single source of truth, would help in facilitating the understanding, and communicate, or have everyone on the same page, or have everyone access the latest engineering data about that system, right? And once you use that, there are capabilities to build. So you're using the same engineering data, but obviously, let's say I'm engineer, and I'm in the engineering design team, and I would be comfortable looking at the behavioral models in any physics simulation software. However, not for the marketing team, right? However, marketing team might need to access information like, okay, are these requirements being met, and um, things like that. So using the same data, different views can be created. So while the integrity of the data is retained, different views of the same information can be created for different parts of the organization or different stakeholders within the organization to access that information and make any decision, engineering or business decisions. So there is so this total system model gives you a single unambiguous system representation, and it can be also machine readable. And obviously, once it's captured, once it's designed, the first time is going to take some time, but the subsequent programs or projects are going to benefit from the reusability of the system information itself. So just a simple example of a smartwatch. So all of us, mine's not a watch, but yeah, I can't say a watch, um, but just an example of a smartwatch. So what you see over here is the graphical model representation of the smartwatch, um, uh, what sort of components it has. So you can go down the hierarchy. You can and once this is captured, and let's say I have 50 variants of smartwatch, I can easily reuse this basic model to represent those 50 variants, and which of those features are changing. Maybe some of them have different set of features, or maybe some of them have different dimensions, or uh, you know some other parameters of that watch itself. You can represent the internal block diagram, what is how the components are connected to each other, what is being exchanged, is there a power transfer, is there a data transfer, and what sort of interface the components have. You could build a use case that to show who is going to interact with my system and for what reasons they are going to interact. So sort of building out context, and this can actually help you realize that, okay, if I talk to a user and says that, okay, I want to use the smartwatch maybe during swimming. So I build a use case over here and say that it should be waterproof. The outside casing of the smartwatch has to be waterproof, and I build that feature based on requirements coming out of the different use cases that get listed here. You can build behavior. Uh, you can have requirements captured in such a way, and requirements being traced with, so paired with devices is one of the use cases, and it's helping you define a requirement for this watch, and maybe you have further derived requirements that I could do it. It'll have both Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, or other means. You could even do some mathematics about your system information. And right now, this is just a addition of cost of components, but uh, you can obviously leverage the existing ways of doing analysis and physics simulation analysis. You could leverage some of those existing analysis methods itself. Now, bringing it all together, so uh, this smartwatch satisfies it sort of satisfies the requirement of that is laid out. One of the requirements, who has uh, what's the source of that requirement, so you can tie it to the stakeholder, and how you're calculating or verifying that cost is maybe via this mathematical equation. So sort of bringing it all together, and then you can reuse this. Maybe there are different requirements, or there are different performance parameters against which you want to. So essentially, the digital way of representing analyzing systems can help in better development, in ensuring that now if I show a MATLAB model or some physics simulation, probably marketing folks or the finance folks who are going to approve the project are not going to understand. But if I show this graphical picture, which is very much like what we scribble or do on whiteboard or using pen and paper, it's much easier to understand. And all of the data about the system information is traced to each other. So that tomorrow, if you want to change any system information, you're able to understand what is the impact in changing. So tomorrow, maybe there is some other, maybe there's some new regulation requirements, right? Like it's happening in the automotive industry. So they can use this integrated trace information to understand that if I change one thing, then what's the impact in the rest of my system information or in the different life cycle stages. I also want to show another example. This one is available on publicly available actually. This is behavioral modeling. This is a harvester and this is a trailer that goes along with the harvester. Uh, so System dynamics or agent-based modeling. Uh, some of these modeling methods allow you to to represent the behavior of your system. And this has many applications in supply chain logistics, within the factory layout and planning, and understanding the behavior of your system itself. So let's say I'm yet to design the harvester, right? Maybe I'm a manufacturer of the harvester. I'm just using the trailer that goes along with the harvester and sourcing it from someone else, right? So maybe the behavior of this trailer is not in my control, but the behavior of the harvester, which is my system, is in my control. And on day zero, where I've not even started manufacturing this product, I actually build the simulation and understand how it is going to behave in my context. And so I can visualize the complexities, I can visualize any emergent behavior that the system brings as it interacts with different elements in the system. Let's say I understand, let's say I have only one cart, it's called a cart, available to me. So by the time it goes to the truck to unload and come back, maybe I'm waiting, right? And that's a non-efficient time. So what I can do? So maybe I say, okay, if it has to be deployed in such dimension of the field, then I need two carts to be available, or so I can quickly use a simulation to play around and find out that for the best to achieve the best behavior of my system, what what are things that I need to enable in the system or improve. Maybe it has a lot of waiting time, and maybe if the design allows, then I increase the capacity of it to store whatever it is harvesting, and so it continues to harvest while the cart goes to the truck and comes back, goes to the truck and comes back to the point where the harvester is, right? So I can, on day zero, same with the logistics and supply chain, I can on day zero understand what sort of thumb rules that I generally use, bring it in the modeling environment and test them, how my system is going to behave at the, let's say at the end of a season, and the end of a quarter, or maybe even the long term purview. Okay, so what I showed you as a V, now Boeing has released this publicly, is more towards digital twin, the terminology that we are most familiar with. But what does it mean? How it's represented? So we start with needs and end with solutions. We do the design and the delivery, and what they. Okay, I'll just get the whole simulation. I think there's something wrong with the animation. Okay. So essentially, what is intended in this, the V that we saw is to have another inverted V for the virtual environment. So what you start as what is needed is represented in system of system models, what I showed you in the previous slide. So you can visualize it that way. What is offered is a system model. What is specified is my product model. What is designed is my component model. So every stage of what I do in the development life cycle in that V has a mapping side on the virtual side to enable enable us to have that digital twin. And again, using this philosophy or this approach, um, uh, it's necessary to build it once and then have it available for the subsequent program. So as you can see here, um, what is built, there is a virtual representation of that. What is delivered, what is supported, and all of these uh, can be managed and enabled digitally. So this is actually introduced from Boeing, what is called the diamond model. Okay, so this is the last, I think, couple of slides. The What I wanted to leave this thought is that while each of us, and I saw a lot of in engineering students were represented in the participation today. While we study a particular engineering discipline, and how we've seen that as we participate, again, no system, we saw some examples, no systems are pure mechanical systems or pure single discipline. Each system now has multidisciplinary represented in it. And um, uh, and as we build, upgrade, we what we need to change in our thinking is to sort of take a little holistic approach, take a step back, and not just do bandit fixes or those bandit fix kind of upgrades in our system and say that okay, now it has a new feature and ready to use. It's a mix. Sometimes we might need to do that depending on business priority, but we need to take some holistic approach as we build new features or designs in the system. So it's more to do with systemic thinking to enable systems engineering. So as a mechanical engineer, I need to have an appreciation for other disciplines, because my mechanical structure or my solution is going to be integrated with other discipline solutions, and they are going to interact. They are going to influence the behavior of those, even if I don't look at it at a system level, but within a structure itself, right? It's going to influence the behavior. So and there are a lot of dependencies. So just to build the context, we saw the product development context, we saw the model, we saw the what happens as we maximum decisions are taken where and so on. But all of those are also influenced by the organizational context. So what sort of people skills I have available, what sort of manufacturing, legal IP, suppliers do I have, suppliers ready to cater to my requirements or needs of the past. And then the organization also sits in a context which is influenced by the societal context, the socio-economic state in that region, or the technology adoption, governance priorities, maybe law and regulation that influences the design of the system. So I didn't have the slide initially, but when I saw there are a lot of students in the participation today. I don't know at this moment, but in general in the registration from different engineering colleges, I thought to bring this in to sort of give an appreciation that yes, going after uh, you know you may be passionate about different technologies, working with different technologies, but at the end of the day, what skills that and this is a report from World Economic Forum. They listed some top skills in 2015, and they have a list of top 10 skills for 2020. If you see, it's more about thinking, it's more about your approach, it's more about how you're going to collaborate with others, as we can see in the systems itself, right? The systems, even the engineering disciplines in the system, engineering in the system has to collaborate to build a good solution or a good system which is purposeful and meets the needs of the consumer. So as you can see, complex problem solving, critical thinking, coordinating with others, judgment and decision making, these are some of the top skills that are needed. So while you're building expertise on your engineering, but at the same time, uh, to build good system solutions,
do also focus on some of these software aspects, which is how to critically think, how to think of more solutions that I'm already biased with, or how to open up my thinking to what else is possible in my design space, how I can collaborate with others to build a better solution, and so on. So I just wanted to leave with that thought, and that's it from me. Open for some interaction.
Hey, Stuti, thank you so much. Um, we do have like a question here. Others also, you can, you're welcome. We have 10 minutes before we start the next session. So either we can take a break or we can take up your questions. Totally depends on how you want to go about it. But we do have one question here which says, how do we prioritize between functional and non-functional requirements, especially considering our competition in the same price range?
Okay. Apurva, you want to elaborate with an example? So I'm getting what you're trying to indicate is the primary function of a system versus non-functional requirements, which are essentially the system attributes, the ilities, the maintainability, scalability, usability, I suppose. And so um, well, in terms of prioritizing, it see every requirement adds a cost. Every requirement meeting to every requirement is going to add cost to your product, right? So it's going to be both an engineering and a business decision to be able to prioritize, and that's why the you know that's why the impetus on spending a lot of time upfront, trying to build that system understanding to come to that right set of requirements where you can say that these are the requirements, these are the must-have requirements, and these are the like-to-have requirements. And how am I going to compete? So if the business decision is to meet the cost range maybe in the competitive space, then that should drive some of the activities, or vice versa, even the engineering or technical should be able to say that, okay, no, this is not possible, right? And so if we build better system understanding, we get better understanding, or we get good requirements out of doing some of those upfront activities, and that helps us uh, derive to those priorities. I hope that answered your question.
I hope that too. Oh, yeah. This in chat. That clears it up. Stuti, we do have another question here from Adit. He asks, has system design and planning moved to agile scrum from V-shaped and waterfall?
Right, right. So yeah, a lot of if you see the embedded and software development has moved to Agile Scrum. Uh, it's a way of doing things. It does not replaces V model. If you see, the V model indicates what you need to do. V model also does not deny that there is iteration as there is in Agile Scrum. Um, it the iteration is needed. How you're executing the iteration is the methodology or the approaches that are coming from Agile or some other way of doing things. So the V model itself does not get replaced. So,
Adit, I'm hoping that answers your question. If not, you can always ask up a follow-up question. Yep, he says yes, yes, it does. Uh, if you have any more comments or questions, we can take them up before we wrap up the session. We're totally open to that. We have a couple of minutes before we move on to the next one. Any questions or comments for Stuti? Okay. So I'm presuming you've got none at the moment. So Stuti, thank you so much for this discussion. For a lot of people, including me, this was like, okay, I'm listening to something like this for the first time. Of course, there have been words that we have heard here and there, but understanding from a from a basic, starting from the basics. So thank you so much for filling up that space and taking out time on a Saturday for us. I really appreciate it. As a follow up to this, everyone who is a part of our community should know that Stuti is an advisor with Pencil and Pistons as well. She's been somebody who's been guiding us from the beginning, and we are honored to have her on board. And if you want to have further conversations, you can definitely join our Discord server, and we have Stuti there listed out as an advisor if that is one way you can reach out to her. And of course, she posted her LinkedIn credentials as well. So Stuti, thank you so much for that, and I am looking forward to doing great things together with you further.
Yes, thank you, Rashmi, for having me here. I think it's been that constant push from you bringing this, especially for the heavy industry that we are very passionate about, and we want to create a niche there, and totally with you have my support with the community, and it's reciprocal actually. So yeah, thank you so much for having me here, and good luck with the rest of the conclave.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stutis. And thank you so much, everyone who's just joined us. We'll be starting the another session in exactly 5 minutes. We'll take a quick 5 minutes break. Meanwhile, we are posting our Discord channel link here for everyone else. You can join the conversations on similar topics in different channels as well. So there you go. We'll be joining back in exactly 5 minutes. We'll be starting with the second session, Industry 4.0 and the tools to leverage in 2021. And that will be a thought leaders huddle. See you in 5 minutes. So we'll be starting in just a minute or two. Just checking in. Our panelists for these sessions are already here, requesting them to turn their videos on. Sandeep sir, Justin, Adit. Amazing. So let's do this one thing just to probably we could just write the word rename and just write the word panelist next to yours to ensure that there's some clarity. I have done that for one. Let me do that for others too. Okay, so that ends the quick break time between our sessions. Welcome back, everyone, to Pencils and Pistons Technology Conclave Day 1. And we are starting with the first Thought Leaders Huddle for this weekend. So, this Thought Leaders Huddle is titled Industry 4.0 Tools to Leverage in 2021. So I think we're all very much aware that the Industry 4.0 or 4IR or the fourth industrial revolution is the current trend of automation and data exchange in manufacturing technologies. It includes cyber physical systems, the Internet of Things, and cloud computing. And we all know that it creates what has been called a smart factory. And there is no doubt about the fact that Industry 4.0 is signal a big change in the traditional manufacturing landscape. Now, having said that, there is a lot of it. I think 4IR is the buzzword. Everyone around me and around those in the industry have at least heard this word once or twice in a day. So that's how common it is. So in today's discussion, we want to focus on what are some immediate tools that one can leverage on, and then try to understand from a business process re-engineering point of view what needs to be done on a overall basis so as to reach that point of full implementation over the next decade, if that's a figure I can quote for that matter. So on that note, I want to welcome our three expert panelists for the same. Allow me to welcome Sandeep Chatterjee, Justin Goldstone, and Adit Haridas. To introduce our speakers, I wanted to start with Sandeep. Sandeep is an associate director with Deloitte with responsibility for engagements in advisory practice. Prior to Deloitte, he has worked with KPMG, Tata Motors, Infosys, Oracle Consulting, and his key strength lies in the area of supply chain management, business process re-engineering, emerging countries enablement, network optimization across multiple industries and geographies. He holds an MBA from the Indian Institute of Management Kozhikode and a Bachelor of Engineering from Bengal Engineering and Science University. He's also a board member of the Board of Governors for IM Kozhikode and the CEO and the chairman for International Supply Chain Education Alliance. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us today. Just a quick hi from you so that we can.
Thank you so much for having me. I think it's a very good platform where we learn from each other. I think we should do more of these, and definitely platforms like this actually give everybody something once they are back home.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Sandeep. Introducing our next expert panelist, Justin. Justin Goston, PhD, is a professor of project and supply chain management at Penn State University, where his research is focused on blending the practices of supply chain management, emerging technologies, and sustainability to create positive global change. Dr. Goston is a research facility affiliate for the Center of the Business of Sustainability at the Penn State University, as well as an active contributing member to the Sustainability Institute at Penn State. Outside of the institution as well, he is an executive on the International Supply Chain Education Alliance, International Standard Boards, and is the author of the forthcoming book, AI for Good, Achieving Sustainability Through Citizen Science and Organizational Citizenship. He puts 20 years of experience working on the table around organizations such as Intel, Siemens, Blue Buffalo on business performance improvement, organizational change, end to end digital transformation initiatives. I can go on and talk about Justin. On that note, Justin, welcome to the session, and thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday.
Thank you for having me. I look forward to this discussion. It's one thing I always like talking about.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Uh, Finally, we have with us Adit Haridas. Adit puts over 15 years of experience in IT infrastructure, spanning network, systems, storage, and security. He started his career in technical support and moved on to implementation, pre sales, and sales management roles. He moved into information security in 2004 and specialized in ICF industrial control systems and smart city security in 2019. Adit co-founded 4.x, which specializes in securing the 4IR and has worked closely with OEMs like Schneider, Yokogawa, Emerson to secure large ONG DCH systems. He's an ardent follower of information security tools in companies with a good understanding of how various tools need to be incorporated and optimized for a client's defense in depth strategy. He loves to spend his time training young InfoSec professionals and is currently training Qatar government employees at FIFA CyberSec guidelines. Again, I can go on and on about our amazing speakers and it would not end. So, on that note, Adit, welcome to the session and thank you so much for joining us today.
Good evening, Rashmeet. Happy to have you and the great panelists that you've arranged. Thank you.
Amazing. So, a warm welcome yet again to our panelists. I don't want to take further time. I want to make sure that we have an amazing discussion. I do have some questions lined up here, but but they are not directed to any one person. So either of you can actually unmute and start first. It's an open discussion. It's a thought leaders huddle that we are having here. And to all our audience, if you have any questions, feel free to put it on chat. So here goes nothing. Let's get started now. So the buzzwords for IR industry 4.0s are everywhere, like I talked about. Now I know that everyone is talking about it, but yet there is a substantial set of people who still feel a little apprehensive about the real feasibility of 4IR on ground. I want to kickstart with a very basic question like this. What are your thoughts on the same about the feasibility and long-term implementation and the apprehension that the industry and people have? And Sandeep, Justin, Adit, either of you can unmute and speak. Like I said, it's a huddle, no sequence focused questions here.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and start. And with Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0 began in 2011. And with the Internet of Things, and we had this vision of smart factories and cyber physical systems, and I'll be the first one to say that we still haven't achieved that vision that we had in 2011. But I've made some bold statements at some conferences that where people have had their opinions, where I say we're kind of moving out of 4.0, we're moving to 4.5. Because in 2011, we weren't talking about blockchain. We weren't talking about artificial intelligence, and I think that you're seeing the inclusion of those technologies within the manufacturing industry. Many of the software vendors are already including artificial intelligence in their applications and their tools and their forecasting systems. And we weren't even talking about demand sensing and all of these technologies that were not even in the discussion in 2011. So I think that we are going into a new into a new frontier, if you will, especially with Web3. That's another thing that we've been talking about in recent times. So yes, in some industries, there are some apprehension, but You know, the one quote is my favorite quote, and I say it often in class. You know, the late great Jack Welch said, "If your external environment is changing quicker than your internal environment, your company's doomed." And the external environment, it's changing. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Justin. Thank you for that. Let's hear from the other two panelists here.
So essentially, if you look at it, any new technology, the first thing is always skepticism that whether it will work or not. But if you look at it, essentially the kind of digitization which I have seen in the last 3 months, I have not seen in the last 2 years. So essentially, because as Justin mentioned, that the environment itself is changing. So definitely this will again get accelerated. Now, essentially, what is happening is earlier people were skeptical because people had really questions about the technology. Now, if you look at it, people said 3D printing or additive manufacturing, as I call it, one of the components of Industry 4.0. People thought that it was expensive, but if you look at it, it existed. But in 2016, there were 3 companies which went off patent. So now it is affordable. So people are experimenting more with 3D printing. Similarly, if I look at it, the ERP, people said that we had different systems. No new technology could talk to any other technology. So that's why people built this giant systems. But today, if you look at it, today we have the know-how, technology is cheaper, bandwidth is very fast, storage is cheaper. So, and today we have the know-how to connect every technology to every other technology. I think that has enabled is actually, it's all about connections, and the more connections we have, it's all real time. And the third aspect which I wanted to say is, of course, people think about augmented reality, virtual reality. It's just not part of gaming only. For example, I as a company want to manage machines all across the world. So I may have limited personnel. So can I use something like an AR VR to actually manage this? I think this has been enabled us. So essentially it has been slow. Of course, blockchain has created a lot of confusion. The problem is the technology is proven, but there are 2 aspects. One is the theft of data, people are skeptical on. Second is there are no common standards. For example, one bank will build its own blockchain, another bank builds its own blockchain. So essentially, the true extent of a connection is not happening. And at the end of the day, I believe that it's all about mindset. Mindsets have to change because nobody wants to let go of the control. Blockchain, you are letting go of the control. If you want to do that, I think you can still do it. So essentially, these are, I think, a mindset change needs to be needed, but with a pinch of salt that just because somebody is doing it, don't do it because you have to actually explain the ROI around it. So start small, look at the low hanging fruits, and I think this is actually going to be the thing of the future.
Thank you for that, Sandeep, for bringing in that aspect of mindset here. Thank you for that. What about you, Adit? What's your take?
So yeah, I have, of course, has to be the devil's advocate in this room because of cybersecurity. So we started with process data and asset data in cyber physical, right? When we first started off, and the change that we have seen then, and even now with the adoption of IoT, cloud, large scale HDFS implementation, and like Sandeep rightly said, some of the some of the closed architectures have now become open innovation. The patents have come down a bit. There is lot of digitization, people moving into manufacturing, and manufacturing people getting trained on digital technology. So there's been a lot of cross interfunctional discipline that has happened. So in our industry, especially in ICS SCADA security space, whether you speak to Microsoft CyberX or to the Nuzumis of the world, people in our side of the, not the manufacturing side, the people who come and protect the ICS and shop floor, we have a small joke that runs in our community. We keep telling the instrumentation engineers, people have come from the other side, the mechanical engineers and the instrumentation engineers, we quote saying that the day we put a help desk request on a scrubber or a transmitter and ask a help desk team to come and solve this problem is the day when the industry 4.0 IR or manufacturing 4.0 has turned, let's say, a corner. So the problem here, I feel, is that there is a little bit of a lot of buzz around this world, like you rightly said. Let's put some perspectives in place. Even today, the chief digital officer, especially in the Indian scene of things, we have a lot of small scale industry. The scale at which a commodity is built and the amount of digitization that you can do in a country like an Indonesia or an India is very different at what we do in scale, let's say in the Middle East for oil and gas, for example. So each industry has an adoption problem. There is a barrier to entry with respect to cost. If your commodity is high and you can go for a lights out factory and go for a complete end-to-end digitized shop floor, security becomes a huge concern. Training, interdisciplinary training of the staff that is coming from the mechanical and instrumentation side onto analytics and machine learning is a problem. So having looked at that, the first problem that I find is you need to have a dedicated owner for the budget, a chief digital officer, and it can't be the CIO, it can't be the plant head. So if you're a cold rolling mill or a steel plant, the head of the steel plant necessarily should not be the person, because he'll be stuck to his shop floor. Because you have having a cold rolling plant, you might have some other rolling mill, you have another mill. So there should be a budget owner for 4IR projects within the organization, which is missing. So that's the first problem that we find. This is not an India specific. We've seen it in the Middle East, we've seen it in Europe, in APAC. There is a single person that we can speak to. For example, for IT security, I can just walk into the CISO's office and say, this is a project that we're looking at compliance. This is for implementation of products and services. And this is an operation or SOC or the overall operations of security. We need a person similar to that who's owning the budget. The second is which use case, like Sandeep and especially Justin rightly said, the rate of change is so high. People are doing various things in short, small projects, looking at an MVP, seeing if it's feasible, and then moving on. So there should be a unifying faction across the board training that what exactly are the 4IR pillars. And some of these principles are not new. We've already had IoT for a long time. We've had robotic arms for a very long time. Telemetry, information, process data, asset data has been pulled. SCADA and OPAC have been there for a long time. PLC 4X is not new. So some of these things have been there. Where is this unifying person to put the blame on, or put the responsibility on, to be positive? And how do we get that message across is the single most stumbling block I feel when I speak to clients, whether it's steel, whether it's pharma. Now, of course, in India is a little different. We've done a project with Lupin Lab, very, very right up there in the cutting edge or bleeding edge of technology. So AR, VR, IoT, blockchain, the COTS-based systems, outsourcing digital twin, all that they're talking about, and doing it because, Covaxin and Covishield and the budgets that are getting into pharma. Same thing we've seen a little bit in metro systems, transport, but a lot of others are lagging behind because of this particular problem. So that's the hype versus cycle that I would like to talk about. Over to the panel. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Adit. So what I am taking away from this particular question and hearing from you is that obviously there's a push and pull, a kind of a wall that exists thanks to the environment and the situations and the simulations and the external stimuli. Then there's the idea of mindset and the acceptance level. But obviously, tying it back to the concept of the environment that we're in a pandemic economy, we have seen a lot more change happening than it has been happening in the last few years. So it has given a definite push. And finally, Adit's point, wherein that, yes, there will be apprehensions, there have been apprehensions, but the technologies have been around for a while. But who is it that we point fingers to if things don't work out? And I think it's really relevant, particularly in today's time. So that's what I take away from the opening question here. Now, taking cue from Adit's example of multiple industries that he, tried to point out, I want to understand that at an industry level, sensing and readiness for 4IR, is it different for different industries? To me, it says yes. The answer should be yes, the sensing and readiness for 4IR. But are there any specific industries that are or should move faster than others? And if they are, let's try to break it down industry wise here. So that's the next question for the panel. Again, we can have anyone start again.
I think I may be biased on this one, but I believe that manufacturing needs to accelerate their adoption of overall as an industry perspective in terms of 4IR. But with other industries, we've seen the acceleration of these digital transformations due to the pandemic. We've seen some amazing innovations come along. I mean, just look at the conferences that have came up. Look at the conference industry that came up during the pandemic. To me, it's an amazing thing. I get to collaborate with people I would never have ever collaborated with before. So that is, and I always try to find silver linings in times such as these. So I would say that we're all collaborating, with each other in different ways that we would never have done before. I've met a lot of amazing people I would not have met before due to technology, right? So in terms of specific industries, I think that healthcare needs to get larger adoption in terms of these emerging technology. I think that it's my opinion that AI had a huge impact into finding the answer to the vaccine. So if we just embrace these technologies, and I think at the end of the day, it all just comes down to education. It just all comes down to education, and just having an open mind to see how these things can impact your jobs, impact your industry, because a lot of people are terrified of AI is going to take over jobs. And I always say that AI is a buzzword. It's a marketing term. It's what sells. And I say that I refer to AI as augmented intelligence, where it's going to help me do my job easier. Right? It's not going to take my job away. It's going to make me make better decisions. It's going to allow me to direct my efforts to more value added activities within the organization, and that's going to result in higher pay. So I do want AI within my organization.
Uh, Justin, I think we lost you for a couple of seconds there. Your voice kind of got lost for a couple of seconds there. We can't hear you. Can you try again?
What about now?
Yeah, you're back on.
Okay, I was done.
What?
So yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Sandeep. I'll sum
sure.
it up later. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sandeep.
So if I look at it, the way we have seen is, of course, e-commerce firms have been, I think, been at the forefront, because that's the nature of the business. Because at every point, they need to have a notification sent to multiple stakeholders. That's where we have seen the most of these technologies coming. And of course, they have the scales. Most of them are in investment mode. And right now, there's already somebody who is willing to provide the platform. So it's very, very easy for an e-commerce, because that's the nature of the business, because you're trying to do business virtually. So essentially, it's very easy to say that I work with 10 partners, but to understand that it comes at a cost, because you need to coordinate, you need to control. And the only way, if you start getting these data feeds to and fro. And that way, I think this sector has really done really well. Pharma is again one thing which has actually, in terms of the counterfeit drugs, some of them have been adopting this technology. And in fact, if you look at it, drug discovery, I think that's a $1 billion industry. And if you can imagine that we were able to get this vaccine within a year, while the other earlier vaccines took about 4 years, 5 years. So all this has been possible because we were able to collect some clinical data, and that was actually helped us accelerate the process. So pharma is again at the forefront. Now manufacturing, as Justin said, yes, they are little behind. Of course, I've seen some companies who have actually, in fact, Siemens has a very wonderful digital organization as a model, which they showcase it to the customers. That's where it should look at. But what happens is, the problem is the costs are low, but the costs are not low enough for small and medium enterprises to really justify there. Because if you look at it, everybody is trying to save the extra penny, and that's why all this doesn't get a priority. So I think manufacturing needs to, because ideally it was started in Germany, and it was started keeping this mind the manufacturing. And what COVID has done is, of course, we were doing a scenario analysis, what if scenario analysis, and this needs to be a risk analysis. I think this will become more important in the future. It was important, only thing we never gave that importance. I think there where technology will help, and a lot of companies need to adopt this as part of risk management and what if scenarios. And retail again was always there, it always had it, but only thing is it was only till a particular leg, because if it is a make to stock scenario, people really don't care. But as we move into a zone where every customer is important, where every customer wants a customized product, I think we will need to have more of these signals coming into and fro. So that is again an industry which will be very interesting to watch out for.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Sandeep. Let's hear from you, Adit.
So I will look at some of the work that we have been thrown in the 4.x scheme of things when we're consulting. So some of the technology, the type of products that we've been, or type of projects is a better word, not product, that we've been asked to check, let's say right from Stuti was talking about COD space and the microchip programmable ARM and Bosch and sensor companies. Let's say how are sensors built and how is it going to be in certain industries. So very strong in oil and gas. Today, we see a lot of adoption of industrial IoT. We basically are called in to check we call it static code analysis and dynamic code analysis. Some project that you are aware of that we are working on, especially for the unmanned motor vehicle for manufacturing, you're taking one part from one place to another, getting directions from the Wi-Fi or from the Bluetooth. So the unmanned, the connected machine projects that we are getting, we are seeing at least a small increase in the number of consulting engagements that we've got. Augmented reality, virtual reality, we see that this digital twin, remote offices, long distance maintenance, outsourcing of gig workers, etc. Again, we've seen use cases there, especially in oil and gas, and where people, due to the pandemic, people cannot enter into a factory floor. We're seeing some of that. Additive manufacturing, Sandeep rightly said, is seeing a lot of traction recently. But there's two areas that I have recently seen as self-driving inside the factory, and the drone and UAV scheme. So drone and UAV is especially in the pipeline and laying of, it's impossible today to lay a pipeline between Qatar Gas's refinery to the shipment area inside from Doha all the way to Ras Laffan. It's practically impossible. You can't have these kind of people there. There are too many precautions to be taken. There is a lockdown happening in this country. So you need to see a lot of these companies, especially the Worley Parsons of the world, people who construct these pipeline, refinery, greenfield projects, using a lot of these drone technologies and taking over some of the construction equipment, inside, on-site, planning, etc. So right from COTS to sensor manufacturing to using the sensors to move around parts inside the shop floor to actually building this thing. Every vertical is seeing some amount of adoption due to COVID specifically, and more importantly today because of bandwidth and drones and all that. But some of the verticals that we see a lot of traction is especially in oil and gas, offshore especially, can't send people, HUAT test, helicopters issues, and of course in pharma, and rightly what Sandeep and Justin both talked about, e-commerce, supply chain. So these are the top three. Manufacturing, let's say automobile, front and back end suppliers, that has to go. There is a lot of scope which is there, but we still haven't seen some action on the ground. There is a little bit of confusion about who's going to take over this project. Is it the supply chain team, or is it the additive manufacturing team, or is it the digital officer, or is it the IT department, or is it the ERP team? So that confusion we are seeing by quite a few in the steel and the automobile industry, but the others have started because they have no other option to do. So these are the verticals I have seen where projects are getting finalized, and some amount of traction we've seen from the customer side. So more from the industry, I would say.
Thank you, Adit, for that interesting perspective there. So what I'm hearing industry wise is that definitely manufacturing is an industry that needs to pace up, for its reason that we have known. We are a traditionalist, and we have been very apprehensive about any change, so leave aside just the technology changes there or any technology upgradations. But besides that, what I'm hearing is the e-commerce and the retail definitely has been at the forefront. And we have seen a brilliant use case in the pharma and the healthcare industry when it comes to, given that we are in a pandemic, and how beautifully we have been able to use and leverage technology to bring a vaccine in like a year. So, and finally we heard about the UAVs and the drones, implementing the same. So very
There's one
interesting.
more vertical, Rashmit, that is utilities. A lot of AMR, AMI, automatic metering system, generating substations, distribution substations, again, due to pandemic, is another area where we have seen some good amount of traction. NCPICC is a new standard that is built up for the utilities due to the Chinese aggression. So We've seen a couple of use cases. We just submitted a bid also yesterday for doing a security assessment for the telemetry data of power plants. So that's one area I forgot to mention, but yes, utilities also are seeing some traction in that.
It's interesting. So we have basically, like we all heard, we've seen the industry-wise breakdown of an acceptance and where exactly we are when it comes to leading the change, I must say. So let's take it from a different angle now. We broke it industry-wise. Let's try to break 4IR from a technology stack point of view. Either let's break it down from like an application-wise or technology-wise benefit for all of those. I mean, I want this for the benefit of all those who are new to this jargon. When we say 4IR, what kind of technologies are we talking about? Let's break it down. Let's break down this huge stack into application wise technologies where exactly these technologies are used. So again, similar trend, either of you can get started, or we could follow the same thing. Justin starts and Sandeep, and then Adit follows.
All right. So in terms of 4IR, we've had enterprise applications around for a number of years, enterprise resource planning systems, and we're seeing a transition with those applications as well. We're seeing more collaboration with business partners and by leveraging these enterprise applications. But as I said earlier, we're seeing the introduction of artificial intelligence within those applications. So now augmented intelligence can see, I messed up. So now AI can assist organizations in better decisions and things like that, and collecting data. And also with blockchain, I do a lot of work in the blockchain space, and a lot of people get confused about the concept of blockchain. But really, at the end of the day, blockchain does nothing but provide additional transparency and visibility to organizations and individuals. So you're going to see a lot of things in terms of blockchain coming into the supply chain industry, coming into the manufacturing industry. IBM Hyperledger Fabric is one solution that you'll continue to see within the supply chain.
Justin, we lost your voice again suddenly a couple of seconds back. I I think there's some internet issue at Justin's end.
Yeah, go
Uh,
ahead.
yeah, now we can hear you. We can hear
Okay.
you
All
again.
right. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with it says internet unstable, my fault. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, yeah, you're going to see more things on blockchain within the supply chain and manufacturing space, just from a visibility perspective.
Got it. Thank you for that, Sandeep.
So let me put it this way. Let's say I will not break it as a technology, but if you look at from an application point of view, if you look at it, we live in a very different world where, of course, some companies do a mass production, but a lot of time people want maybe a part which is produced maybe once in our lifetimes. Essentially, if you look at an artificial heart or an artificial kidney, or say for an airlines, it has a huge lead time. And what happens is, if you have to build only one part, there's no point in actually going through a traditional manufacturing process. So that is where I think 3D manufacturing is actually, because it's now affordable, and a lot of traction has actually happened. In fact, if you look at it, the airline industry has benefited because of this, because now that 3D manufacturing works on the thing that the fixed cost is high, is low, but the variable cost is high. So it doesn't work for a mass production. So wherever I need a prototype or I need a limited parts, I think this is the place where I think it's more of the need of the hour. Second is companies who are looking at tracking and tracing, because right now with the kind of counterfeit drugs, and what happens is people want visibility. People are working with more partners. So, and as you let it go, you need to control. You need to get data feed. So track and trace actually is another space where we are seeing where blockchain is actually has been very helpful. Of course, banks were the first to adopt a blockchain, but we are actually seeing some manufacturing units also experimenting with blockchain, and that is second. Third is we are seeing something on Internet of Things. For example, you try to get data. For example, classic example, a pharma company. they want to actually manufacture. They're making a product in 5 stages. So at the third stage, they do a quality inspection. This has to go to the lab. It takes another day, and they decide that yes, it's not usable. So if we can have an online quality where we monitor it on a real-time basis. So essentially, people were skeptical that what do we do with the analog machines? But today they have sensors which can actually connect those analog machines even to the digital. So that is the third application where we are seeing a lot of these use of this technology. And of course, if I say to give an analogy of the telemedicine, where somebody does a surgery in a rural place sitting at the city because through a video conference, we are seeing a similar AR, VR things because people don't have sufficient manpower, but things have to be maintained. They are costly machines. It costs time and money. So that is again an area where we are seeing people want to do maintenance using this technology. So essentially, these are the four areas we actually, in terms of the applications, more of the need of the hour. And fifth, again, everybody is trying to look at the last mile because in e-commerce, the last mile cost is about 53%. So people are trying out with drones. People are trying it with driverless cars. So all this again, the fifth aspect, which is being actually experimenting, and that's actually a very very interesting thing which I found. So essentially, these are the 5 applications where we are seeing a lot of traction around this.
Thank you for that, Sandeep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Adit, how about you?
I think I would like to thank Sandeep for talking about applications, which is not my area of interest so, or specialization. So let me go to connectivity now. So for Sandeep's application to work, we need to pick up data. So let's talk about the actual sensors and the wearables. So you have smartwatch, Fitbit, your Apple Watch, which of course Stuti talked about what are the components inside. So the watch now starts measuring when you sleep, when you wake up, your biophysical activities, so where you are, psychological issues, your heartbeat, your all these are connected, and it's picking up a data. So that's where the data pickup points are happening. Now this data has to be transferred somewhere where you can do some amount of computational power and get some prescriptive or predictive measurement. In the case of machines, we have two types of data. One is the process data and the health of the asset or the asset data. So the first thing that we need to remember in manufacturing 4.0 is we need to collect data. We need to collect data on the shop floor. We need to collect data on the utility transformer, impedance to heat, utilization. These are all made into two different broadly asset data and process data. Now, once you pick up this process data and asset data to reach to Sandeep's level where he's building use cases using applications, we need to make it that we need to stream that data. We have streaming technologies like Kafka, batch processing and stream processing, we call it. So that's a second area that we are actively involved in as Cisco or as well as the consulting arm. So, and we have IoT gateways and stuff like that. The sensors, the wearables, data is collected, it is pushed through the gateway to the cloud. So when you say cloud, it just basically means that either it's a public cloud for Microsoft Azure or AWS or GCP, or it could also be your private data center. For example, Tata Steel was very reluctant to have process data outside of the Tata Steel data center, which is fine. So that will also be a private cloud. Now they are also transferring certain things into their GCP subscription. So the second phase is, of course, streaming the data, picked up data and pushing it to these different, we call it multi-cloud, or where it's going to lie, go and stay. And then finally, this data is where Sandeep's applications are going to start working on, give out use cases, give out visualized dashboards, give prescriptive and predictive output, saying do this, do that, make decision tree, like Justin rightly said, right? It's giving more intelligence to that machine operator to do what next, or what is my next 60 days looking like based on my 90 days of data, which is the AI or the, I like the word Justin used. So I might also stop using AI from tomorrow. I hate that word, by the way. So the dashboards and the prescriptive will come. So this is a chain of the data getting picked up. Of course, the problem initially in 3.0 manufacturing was the SCADA or the DCS system was very localized. It can only, let's say, control a lathe, or it can control a certain amount of connected DCS machine. Now we are connecting the SCADAs one after the other, picking up the data, pushing every data from multiple shops, from multiple locations through the cloud, even site offices that are not connected, using a small SIM card called LoRaWAN, You might have heard of 5G LTE connectivity, all these things, LoRaWAN and stuff like that. So that is the connectivity side. So I think Sandeep and I jointly have addressed the technology stack. Thanks, Sandeep, for taking application. I'm very bad with that. So I love my connectivity and the technology and the routing and the switching and the industrial switches and the IoT sensors and gateways. So that's the flow of information for IoT or for IR to work. So I think that kind of sums up your question.
Exactly. I was going to say that. Thank you for summing up the answers to the question for me. Thank you for doing that for me. And that kind of gives me the cue to move on. So, amongst the multiple examples that we just talked about, um, can we specifically pinpoint some technology tools? I'm not saying just a technology stack, but technology tools that have to be leveraged starting in 2021. Why am I saying 2021? Because the pandemic's nowhere close to over, I'd say. Strains are coming every now and then, and in this particular economy there are two focus in my understanding. One is the immediate relief and business continuity planning, and the other aspect is business process reengineering from a long term perspective. So amongst everything that we just talked about here, can we pinpoint the ones that have to be leveraged now from a short term basis, and the ones that we need to start leveraging now for a long term business continuity planning? So that's the aspect I want to bring in now. What to do now, what to start with.
I would say that you have to start somewhere. That's all first and foremost. You have to start somewhere. And and I believe that starts with assessing your current state maturity. And we say with digital transformations, you always talk about people, process, and technology. Yes, that's true. But to what everyone has said, I would say the most important piece on what we're discussing is data. So you have a fourth pillar. You have to assess your data. I could have great systems in place. I could have great people, right? I could have great processes, but if my technology is terrible, this thing can fail from the onset. So whenever I go into to projects, I always say that your data analysis should have started yesterday. You always have to assess your data. And I have yet to find a client that said that their data is in order. That was. So data is, in my opinion, data is the most important thing when we're talking about technology. Yes, people are important. Yes, processes are important. Yes, these solutions are important. But if your technology isn't in place, we have a problem. So I think that you have to start somewhere. You have to assess your current state to map out your future state, because your future state may say, "Ooh, I have 6 months where I have to fix my data and scrub my data and review my data and work with my business partners to get the accurate, item list and address list and contact list and things like that." So you start somewhere, and I think that is assessing your current state.
Thanks for that, Justin. That actually makes sense. I really love the fact that you talked about the fourth pillar, adding data to technology and tying it up together. Thank you for that. What about you, Sandeep? What's your take on this?
I think if you look at it, let me put it from a organization's perspective, multiple functions, multiple processes. A lot of times people actually make this mistake is just because I want to do a digitization, they try to do everything together. So first thing is it's very, very important that because you need to get a management buy-in. So essentially you have to look at wherever you can make the maximum impact. So that's why a lot of times what companies we are seeing is whenever it is a customer experience, that is where I think people are starting first. For example, because of the pandemic, maybe we cannot visit a mall, but it's very difficult to convince people that you can still buy a dress and virtually wear it and then buy it. So essentially, if we are investing in, say, a AR, VR technology, I think that's fantastic. Just that no one technology can be a solution to everything, and technology cannot be the only solution to everything. Essentially, this needs to be taken from a more from a function and from a customer perspective. Second thing, if it is an e-commerce firm, they need to be more uh, critical about their logistics function, because that is where the thing lies in. Essentially, the kind of technology intervention in terms of IoT, we are seeing it more in the warehouses, more in the last mile delivery. Similarly, if I look at a pharma company, maybe the drug discovery is something which is now very, very critical, because any blockbuster drug, you get it and you have actually made millions, billions. So this is again an area where people are looking at how we can actually collect data, test data, get everything fast up and running. So essentially, this is where again an IoT will be important. So, and similarly, if I look at from a airline industry, for the spare parts, very, very critical. That is where 3D printing will work. So in terms of technology, I cannot say that I should blockchain or I should do an IoT. It purely depends, but it's very, very important that we look at what is critical for my business, because it's difficult to justify the ROI because the results don't come in so fast. But do understand that if I fail, I think that's usually very difficult to again go back to management and say that I want to try it again. So the kind of project which we want to choose, the kind of function which you want to choose, that has to be really measured using multiple dimensions, just not the revenue, but which impacts the organization to the maximum.
Thanks for that, Sandeep. I really loved the point, especially the line where you mentioned that technology will not give you all the solutions, and without technology, also you cannot really move further. So there has to be like a proper, I'd say, a proper matchmaking that needs to be done, where to get started with. And I think that ties back to what Justin says, that you need to have first assessment of where you are, of and your current digital maturity levels. So I think that ties back well together. So thank you for that. Moving on, Adit, what's your take on this particular question?
I think I strongly I agree with the point Justin was talking about. The assets assessment. Where are we currently, and where do we want to go? Short term, medium term, and long term. What are those key NPVs, the net, the output, the KPIs that you want to achieve out of a so-called industry for a digital transformation project? Data catalogs, data offices. Some of these projects are quite there, right there. So one small point which I want to add to both the other speakers who rightly said is also put a governance practice in place today. Now, every time you talk about this open innovation or uh, these task force that are being come for, whether it's internet or whether it is data or data governance models or with health and safety, there is a governance framework that always comes into the picture, right? So internal audit governance. So that is the last pillar that I would say, adding data, the legal and the governance framework. India, for example, is in the verge of passing the IT bill. Hopefully it should get done. And we are all hoping it will be uh, good. I mean, let's not get into politics here, but yeah, we hope it is going to be what we all think it should be. So everything requires, even if you want to run a small institution or village or even a gram panchayat, like we call it in India, right? Or a country, there should be a governance principle in place. And that's the last phase that I want to, for the long-term perspective. The other 2 points are very important: data and more data governance, data catalogs, data marshals, data offices is the way. I think Justin has hit the nail on the head. And on top of data, you also put a governance model, and then all your IoT, your streaming, your Kafka topics, everything will fall in place. Your autonomous robotic telemetric system, your lights out factory, SCADA pickups, all that will be fine. So that's the last but very important point. We might have to look at the governments or the industry, the NASCOMs of the world to come back to us, which all of them are working on, thankfully, due to the pandemic. The speed of putting governance principle is also, I'm sure the India NASCOM team will come up with something soon. We are almost there. So that's the last pillar that I would like to talk about.
Thank you for that, Adit, for bringing that aspect. I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but I think this was my favorite question for the panel because I there were some tangible takeaways in my understanding, because a lot of organizations are talking about digital transformation, but they don't know where to start. So, where to start is the assessment of the current as a situation, then picking up on the areas which have a direct impact, wherein you can justify the ROI, like we heard from Sandeep, and then focusing not just on the people, process, and technology, adding the data pillar to the same, and then adding the part wherein Adit mentioned that we need to add the compliance and the governance system around it, and a lot of it is already in process thanks to the times we are in. So thank you for that. But towards the end of this discussion, I know we have merely just scratched the surface here, but then again we always have restricted time. I do want to talk about the component of technology push versus market pull. I personally, I keep asking this question every now and then when I hear about any new technology, but do I really need it, or do I have to give in to like industrial peer pressure? So and I personally think that a lot of consulting organizations are literally shoving down technologies people's throat, and I feel like, is it really important? So I really want to hear from you on the aspect of technology push versus the market pull here.
Yeah, I think that Rashmita, I agree with you. I'm a technology person, and technology is not the answer to every problem. I'm with you 1,000%.
Just some bad luck, Justin. I think we lost you again, your voice again for like.
It is nothing but a tool. And also, I always say that, technology, this is nothing but code. You're about to invest millions of dollars in code. All right. So they're just tools. They're just there to assist us in decision making. Whenever you're looking at the push versus pull, you're going to look at those customer needs, and I look at, what the industry is telling me. It's the voice of the industry, it's the voice of the customer. And in my space, the customers want more transparency, right? They want more real time analytics, so that's where, AI and blockchain is going to come into play, so but again, they want transparency on certain areas, so you don't apply blockchain to every single thing within your organization. Same thing with artificial intelligence. So you just have to just depend on the voice of the customer and the voice of the industry.
Thank you for that, Justin. I think I personally needed to hear that. Thank you for that. What about you, Sandeep?
I think it can never be a push because based on what I have seen, there were somebody who was trying to do digitization because their competitors was doing it and it was a disaster. So that's the thing, is it's very, very important that just because somebody is doing it, you should also look at whether it actually makes sense for it. For example, I just cannot push any technology to any company. So that's the thing. I think people, it's become a more of a buzzword, and just because I'm not doing it, I'm not doing well. Because I know companies who don't have technology, but they have done extremely well. So that also works. It's purely depends on that you don't have to do everything. If you are, see what has changed between today and tomorrow. Maybe manufacturing and purchasing lead time has not reduced so much, but the customer tolerance time has reduced because the customer wants it faster. We want it. For example, if I say 30-minute pizza delivery, that's why we are trying to leverage technology. If the customer was okay with a say 6 hours or an 8 hours, maybe I think that technology wouldn't have been really that important in this case. So that's very, very important that what the customer tolerance time becomes a critical driver. Now, there's always, I've heard a counter that you are spoiling the customer. See, the thing is, if I don't do it, somebody else will. So essentially, it's very, very important to understand these weak signals, the weak links, so and essentially make a decision. And as I said, there are companies who are thriving without technology. So it doesn't mean that digitization is going to solve everything. And I know there are companies who have done an extent of 100% digitization but has been utter failures. So there are always both sides. So it cannot be a really push. And the third thing is, if you look at from a country to country perspective, the problems, the because we take a technology and try to put it the same technology in the same country. The classic example I give you is that if you look at a ECG machine in US, I think one of the most sophisticated machines, and if you look at, they're expensive, and I think they're state of the art. But in India, it's difficult because what happens is people are in rural places, and they cannot afford it, such a expensive machines, and it's the ECG machine which has to travel to the rural belt. So you need a battery operated one. So this is where I think this tweaking of technology is very, very critical. So that's actually where people really miss the point. They try to blindly take it and just apply it and that's why then they get frustrated that it's not working.
I really like that. I really like that part, and I think you talked more about on the side of customization and tweaking the technology to use. So thank you for bringing that aspect in. That's like my second favorite in the area of technology push versus market pull area. Any comments from you on this, Adit?
I think there's one more technology that Sandeep I would like to add is the ventilators. So especially during the pandemic, how India did a design hack and substantially brought down 1/10 of the cost. So again, we would all love to have market pull, isn't it? We're all here to sell. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, we need a net margin at the end of the day, we need salary. So we would love to have very, very what you call customers who are extremely well read and knows exactly what they want. But the sad reality is, it's good to have, let's say, utopian methodologies. Customer pull will be is not going to be the way it is going to. So there is some amount of marketing and push that we need to do. Again, we'll take back to what the other panelists also talked about. And that is where you need to understand culture, you need to understand appetite, the size of the market, the community or the commodity that they are manufacturing, how much of is the cost of production of that system, how much extra can you do for, let's say, a 4IR based solution. So don't discuss just technology. You can always start with a user awareness campaign, talk about the other pillars of 4IR, have that single person who's going to drive this in your system. Look at external factors like government push and all that, which is coming up, Make in India and all these things that are coming up in India. Every strategy of a push will not work in a country. I mean, that's rightly what Sandeep said. Each cultural issues all are there. But at the end of the day, pull alone, just waiting for that market pull to reach a certain critical mass and a tipping point, and then suddenly you start making millions of dollars in net margin and overall sales growth, not going to work. So we need to make sure that our customers are made aware. We are going to start small programs. If you don't do it, you miss the bus. Certain element of that also needs to be there. So people like us who are in the industry, who are meeting customers, we do that push initially, because sometimes it's very difficult to expect customers, and customers today are extremely spoiled. That also I understand. And the minute you make them aware, so Sandeep makes them aware, I might get the order. Thanks to his awareness program, I might get the PO. So this also happens. So, but collectively, our community, the community of 4IRs should start talking, and that push also should be an awareness quotient has to come up. And then, of course, then the pull will slowly, people will start understanding what they want rather than what the neighbor has bought. So neighbors envy, owners pride will not work. Your house is your house. You need to keep your house in order. So that's the last final point about pull and push. So push is not a bad word, according to me. We are all here and we have to push. So that's the thing.
Interesting. I mean, so I love when the question divides the panel. So what I understand is that, yes, that on some level, there has to be some push that goes from the industry, making the customers aware. Otherwise, I think that's the point, right? If you just keep on listening to the customers, then we are not pushing the society forward. So there is some onus on us as thought leaders specifically to go on that, while the other aspect is that there's a need for customization, because if you bring a solution just because your other competitor is doing that, it's going to be an utter disaster. I think it'll be a bigger disaster. It's okay to have an Excel based system as long as it's working, but you bring a digital system that doesn't really suit you at all, only in peer pressure, you will land up using losing money. So I love that aspect, and I also love the fact about the customer's point of view, and how I think it's a very, very crazy trade-off, and today's leaders need to be on point and on toes for taking that decision, bringing back to one of our discussion points that we need to have somebody responsible for taking these decisions, because not all decisions will definitely be correct and nobody wants the responsibility. So I'd say this was an interesting, exciting discussion, and we need to continue having these discussions. And that's exactly why we have this community for. So we can have closing comments from you all, but I want to personally thank you for taking out time on a Saturday. I know you're all in different time zones, and discussing this with the community. And again, I think this is a part of customer awareness on some level. So thank you for contributing to that. So any closing comments to me? Otherwise, it was a beautiful discussion to get started with.
I don't have anything. If you have any questions, just please, sorry about that, Sandeep. Please connect with me on LinkedIn. You can also go to justingolston.com and see a number of different discussions, podcasts, and interviews and conference presentations that I've done in the past. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you for that. You can always, we'll post the link of our server also here. So thank you. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you, Adit. Thank you, Sandeep, for joining us for this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Just one last thought. If I look at it again, it's a very interesting example I usually quote. The way I grew up, what happened is we had a dairy firm and we used to get the fresh milk. But what happened is today the operation flood happened and people are so used to this packaged milk. And now people are thinking it may be a spurious milk or something. So there's a company called Stonyfield in UK, which actually using AR/VR, they are actually giving you the access that this is the cow being milked and this is how the milk is traveling and actually is actually reaching you. So for me, I can identify that because I grew up like that. And I think that's an ultimate customer experience which I can even think of. I
Oh,
just wanted to make this statement.
thank you for
Thank you.
that, Sandeep. I mean, that kind of makes me want to go and check them out, because I think that's how you kind of blend the two worlds together, I'd say, using technology to leverage the two sides so that it doesn't seem like a hard trade off. So, thank you for that, Sandeep. Thank you so much. So, thank you for this wonderful discussion. And we are still have a couple of minutes before we move on to the next session. Um, we'll take a
Thank you,
quick
Rashmi.
break.
Have a wonderful rest of the session. So any
Thank
questions, comments, yes, you can all reach me on LinkedIn. I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you,
Thank you.
Rashmi.
I will post the links to definitely after today's the day ends after our next two sessions. I'm going to send the credentials if everyone's okay, LinkedIn credentials to our panelists and speakers because they are doing some amazing work, and you should, hear from what they talk about, and these are the exact thought leaders you need to follow. So, thank you, panelists, for this discussion. We'll just take a quick 2-minute break before we start with the next round. I do see the speakers for the next session ready. Just give us 2 minutes, a 2 minutes bio break, and we will be on time starting in 2 minutes. Hey, Jonathan. I can see you. I'm glad to see other faces. When I see people with their videos on, it kind of gets me excited. Yes, more people with video on.
Good to see. Is my mic okay?
Yeah, it's all good. We can hear you properly.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Great. Well,
So we're just getting started. So welcome back, everyone. I know it was a short break, but we have a very interesting session lined up for you. Before I hand over the session to the curators, allow me to just introduce them and just introduce the topic that they'll be having a conversation around. So the next discussion area is cyber risks in supply chain. Now, in an ideal world, I would have called it like a proper fireside conversation, but we are in a virtual world, so we can name it whatever we want. But the concept here is that one of the most serious supply chain risks, the cyber attack, can actually come from anywhere, anytime. And we were just talking about the implementation of new technologies, and which is why it becomes much more destructive than some form of natural disasters, in my understanding. So with every element of a company's business processes, the design requirements, the order, production, network, invoicing, payment, this has an interface everywhere. So this topic, in my understanding, is new, to a lot of people who have been in the industry and newbies like me as well. So having said that, we have two people here who will be curating a discussion, a very interesting discussion. Allow me to introduce them. Uh, we have with us Amy Broglin. Amy Broglin Peterson is a leading voice in supply chain strategy development, including in the complex fields of re-engineering and deployment project. Amy has been a subject matter expert to the big four consulting firms and has worked with major companies within manufacturing, automotive, electric vehicle startups, pharmaceutical, retail, and tech industries. She's a trusted advisor to the academia and research groups, and she currently holds an adjunct faculty position with the Michigan State University's #1 ranked supply chain management program, teaching upper level students at logistics and supply chain best practices. Working in previous roles as global supply chain purchasing and logistics executive, she has extensive experience in developing and enacting international supply chain and logistics network, freight movement strategies for multinational automotive and manufacturing companies. Like I said, for each of our speakers, I can go on, and their work experience will be like they put too much knowledge on the table. So thank you, Amy, for giving us time and the opportunity to be here with us. So thank you for that. Before I hand over, I also want to introduce Jonathan Kempe. Jonathan is a technical founder with over 20 years of experience as a systems administrator across a broad array of IT disciplines. He has held a number of positions, number of diverse roles in his working career, and from senior positions in large corporates, founding and running several small businesses, holding trusted roles in nationally accredited NFPs, NGOs, and working in an Australian Defence Force endorsed satellite communications provider. As a cybersecurity ambassador with the New South Wales Cybersecurity Innovation Node, he engages with the staff, students, and officials on a range of cybersecurity matters. Example, even the industry integration and building the curriculum. He's well connected with the Australian startup community and regularly contributes to the business innovation and industry advocacy groups in IoT, biometrics, and supply chain. Now, with this unique and creative vision, he drives the aspirations and goals of Verify, an innovative company based in Sydney, and has a particular interest in maritime and intermodal supply chain security, utilizing emerging technology to generate trustworthy data. So, thank you so much, both of you, for making a time on a Saturday, like I keep on saying, and I will keep on saying. And I hand it over to you to curate this discussion. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Rashmeet. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been great to hear the previous speakers. If our good friends over in India recognise an odd accent and a slight delay, I'm coming from Sydney, Australia, where it's 11:30 at night. I have lots of lights on. Otherwise, it will be quite dark, and we'll be going into the wee hours of the morning. But Amy, it's good to see you. Amy is a friend and colleague, and it's a privilege to have you on. And Amy, your background, automotive manufacturing, I think will speak to some of the audience here.
Absolutely. Yep. Happy to contribute and glad to be on as well.
Excellent. Well, thanks again, Rashmeet, and thanks to the previous panelists and speakers. It's been really informative and helpful. Well, let's dive in. If COVID of the last 24 months has taught us anything, it's that the features and the functions and the topics that are pressing and have made it into the public consciousness with great volume have driven a lot of interest, and now a lot of publications and white papers and podcasts. All of the things that have happened over the last 24 months has elevated the dialogue on these topics that we know well. So the people who are currently listening and participating, or who are studying or joining the industry, we know these well, but the public, the wider public, is starting to learn a lot of these topics in a way which they hadn't before. An example is when it comes to production, manufacturing, or supply chains is about location. Where are things located when they're manufactured or produced? And when supply chains are functional or dysfunctional, how do we resolve for that? So the concepts of nearshoring or onshoring or offshoring or reshoring, shoreshoring, all of these things have come out. Supply chain resilience and security, and how costs are managed and how redundancy can be applied. All of these things have come to the fore. And I mean, we speak at a time right now where a giant ship is wedged in the Suez Canal, which has done two things. It's stopped global trade, and it's increased dramatically the amount of memes about stuck ships more than we'd ever heard before. But it's an example where supply chains which feed us and which clothe us and which give us the things we need for retail and to sell, it shows us that they can be fragile and they can be volatile as well. So as we explore some of these topics today, we're looking at cyber risks in particular. We want to cover off a few different things. We want to look at definitions, some basic definitions about what we would classify as supply chain as a general concept. We want to drill down into risk and then specific technologies. And we want to look through a few different things in particular that would be of interest to business owners or business managers and those going into these industries as well, which is how can we take those new technologies we might talk about, how can we quantify risk about them, and then how can we change those processes, the people involved and the production involved to be more efficient. As we explore those topics, I'd like to highlight a quote from a noted economist, a personal hero of mine, Dr. Thomas Sowell, who says, "There's no solutions, only trade-offs." And as we explore these topics, I'd like to keep that in mind, because as we talk about technology, as we talk about risk, we talk about compliance, as we talk about a number of different things that might be of interest, we need to make sure that we don't just embrace something for the sake of it, but we realize that as we do so, there is some sort of trade-off involved. So without further ado, I'll throw it to you, Amy. Supply chains, topic du jour at the moment. Lots of people are talking about them, but why are supply chains so critical, and why are they critical to every business or to us as humans in different parts of the world?
Well, I think you kind of already touched on it, Jono. Supply chains in general, they're pretty bland, pretty boring to the commoner, right? So people who work outside of the industry, there's not much to think about when you're hungry and you would like something from the grocery store. You're used to going in and buying it. If you need a new shirt, you take care of that. And rarely does the average person witness the type of stock out and scarcity that we saw during the COVID pandemic, right? So certain things that you take for granted, toilet paper, basic necessities, soap and cleaning detergents, many of those things suddenly were scarce. And, I think that opened the eyes to many people to understanding, goods are just a factor of the input behind them. And so a supply chain, traditionally is defined as, a couple of things, mainly the flow of goods, the flow of financials supporting those goods, so payments back and forth, and the flow of information between all of those parties as well. But I think, in the past, that's been looked at as more of a linear relationship in a linear fashion. And I think the information piece, from 20 plus years ago when I started in the industry, even though it's much more advanced and could be, and we'll get into that with some of the tools and techniques and new technologies that are abundant, the bottom line is information is still very, very slow to flow amongst different tiers and levels within a supply chain. So you might see, strong communication ties between certain points in a supply chain, but again, it's mostly in a linear fashion. So when you look at, what we commonly talk about, it's called the bullwhip effect in supply chain. And you look at, suddenly everybody in the world going out and stocking up on cans of soup and toilet paper. What does that do long-term to the demand flow for that type of good? And what does that mean for the suppliers that are behind, the soup makers and the toilet paper makers? So, to the average person, a supply chain is not much to think about. But now that we've all been exposed to the reality of the fact that we in the world, most of us nowadays in modern society rely on others for goods that we need to live by. And they're not just luxury goods, they're necessities, right? Our food, our clean water even. And when those supply chains become disrupted, especially on short notice or without anticipation, it really can do, way more damage than just not having the kind of shirt you would like. So, I like to stress the fact that in a supply chain today, you're not talking anymore about just linear relationships that exist. So when I say linear, I, pretend you're in the OEM world of some type of manufacturing setting, and you have suppliers that are, shipping different parts from all over the world into your plant. it used to be that you would be focused mainly on your tier 1 suppliers, so those shipping directly to your plant, and problems that may occur with those entities. And those were typical, especially, as we run on just-in-time manufacturing and things like that. They were almost predictable in many cases. You could use limited information to kind of understand where some of your risks lie. But in today's world, there's many, many trading partners above and beyond just those tier 1 suppliers. And many, many companies have not really done the due diligence of looking beyond that first tier to really understand where their key components are coming from. The different geopolitical risks in those areas of the world, the different weather-related types of incidents, economic incidents, all kinds of things that could be a play into the criticality of the inputs that really essentially you need to produce certain goods. So that was a long-winded answer to your question, but I want to kind of lay it out there that when we talk about information and we talk about technology, information is the same as what it was 20 years ago. So how can we take information that right now, in many cases, is still flowing in a linear fashion and extrapolate that out to all the parties that need to know in a much more real-time fashion?
Great. So I think it's touched on a few things there, and we don't want to drag it in as the archetypal example of failure, but the Suez Canal crisis at the moment, which if people don't know, a 400-meter boat has got wedged inside the canal and effectively blocked trade at a cost of about $400 million in lost trade revenue an hour or something like that. It's quite incredible. We're entering our third or just 3.5 days in. It's an example of what you've just touched on just there, of where someone might assume their supply chain or the delivery of their goods, if we wanted to use a less technical term, was assured because we always used that path and we'd never thought about that path breaking. I think it's an important thing to think about because it touches on what I want to go into next, which is to define risk. And I know there's people on this call and people who've been listening along who've probably written books on risk, so I don't want to get too fancy about it. I just say a risk is the likelihood or possibility of something bad happening. I just want to keep it that simple. But we can quantify it into a few different categories, if that helps. There's personal risks, there's company risks, there's industry risks, there's national risks, and there's technology and digital risks. And that's the focus of our topic today. But I'd just like to point this out, that no one really likes risk. No one really likes to talk about it. And when we talk about technology, we're very hopeful and solution-oriented. If you talk about risk, you get kicked out of the party because you become that party people, right? So technology has this ability to transform and inspire. But when we talk about risk, we generally get into conversations where we think about people with checkboxes and lists and things that are going to make our lives harder. I have a question about that for people listening along. Are you spending the same amount of money to quantify the risk in your organization as you're spending on pursuing new technologies? I'll repeat that question. Do you have a comparable spend inside your organization to quantify what your risks are in the same fashion that you would spend money on pursuing new technologies? And if the answer to that is it's close, or we're thinking about that, or we're working on it, then fantastic. If it's wildly different, I'd encourage you to work out what your risks are. And I'll give you a few pointers about that. And people here who are very experienced in business would know these, but perhaps they'll help. You need to provide a framework for assessing risk inside your organization. It can be your own framework. You don't need a Big Four consultant to tell you about that. A key question for that is, what are those things that might cause my business to fail? And then all you need to do is rank them. You probably can work most of them out yourself, but the key is to know. You need to know what those risks are. And if it's not known, you need to spend time to discover what those risks are. This is particularly true when it comes to cyber technology and digital implementations. If you don't know what those things are, the risks involved in implementing those things, you need to ask. Secondly, simplify the risk equation. Think of those things that might cause your business to fail and rank them out, and then work on the top one and all the way down to the bottom. And if you're time poor and you have to divide your time up, perhaps you need to delegate, work out who will champion any one of those in your risk categories that you define. And a common question we get when we face these sorts of topics is, but I don't know what risks a certain technology will introduce into my business. Well, then you need to ask, and you should ask and then ask again. And in particular, when you procure new technologies, It's not good enough for the people supplying technology to you or trying to transform your supply chain or trying to transform your manufacturing or automotive business. It's not good enough for them to not have answers or have vague answers about what risks might be introduced when their new technology is implemented into your factory or your warehouse or your supply chain. They need to have answers to those questions. If the answers to those questions are the technology will sort it out, this is very common when we talk about blockchain solutions. Encryption will just take care of everything, or cryptography takes care of that, or secure transport between this and that takes care of that. When you drill down into the details of those things, you find out that they don't have real answers. And you find out that for a lot of those solutions, the risk element will always be borne by the business in lost time, productivity, and cost, and won't be borne by the technology provider, who is happy to walk away when everything goes pear-shaped. So there's 3 things to think about. Provide your own framework, simplify what you're looking at when it comes to risk. Just ask that question, what's going to cause my business to fail? And thirdly, if you don't know what a certain risk is about your technology, any technology that people are proposing, any digital solution and digital transformation, however they want to dress it up, you need to ask, and especially during the procurement phase. So I'll throw it to you, Amy, for a thought there. What risks are common, or what risks have you seen in businesses or companies or industries that have caused disruption, either to manufacturing or production or supply chains? What sort of things are common? And perhaps name an example or two which show us that risk sometimes can be overlooked, and that can cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, so, inherent risk just lies in the simple fact of whether or not you've mapped your own supply chain. So starting there and, extrapolating again on what you talked about just previously, it's so critical to really start a risk assessment with even just understanding where are my sources in the world? Where are their sources? And really tracing everything you do enrolled into your own product and production back to its the ground, essentially, where it's originally, coming from in the form of raw materials. So it starts with that. And, therefore, the most common thing that I see in heavy manufacturing, automotive manufacturing, other manufacturers is simply a failure further in the supply chain than what they're familiar with and what they've been exposed to, right? So they might not realize that, they have a certain type of pigment they're using in a dye, and there's only one factory in the world that produces that pigment. And now there's been an earthquake and that factory is out of commission for an extended period of time, right? So that's a real story that really did happen. And many car makers around the world were not able to, produce vehicles of certain colors for months and months and months and months, which of course is a huge disruption to production and has many, many downstream impact. So I think that, just mapping the supply chain, as basic as it sounds, and really understanding where you're even sourcing material from is key and pertinent. And once you become more sophisticated at that, you can, develop things like sourcing strategies, dual sourcing strategies, and use other mitigation factors to counter those risks. Other obvious sources, perhaps not so obvious, but critical, especially for entrepreneurs and, startup businesses, risk lies a lot in the suppliers you're choosing. So, along the lines of cybersecurity, you can vet suppliers for lots of things. And most of the things we look at in purchasing when we're sourcing material is design and, of course, cost, and usually some quality parameters. But what about the cybersecurity? What about the other factors, things like child labor and forced labor and, other risk factors that could be inherent in, again, those suppliers or their suppliers' suppliers. So understanding the risk profile that your supply base introduces, not just in terms of where they're located, but how they're managing their own cybersecurity. Are there holes? From what I understand, and I am not a tech expert in this area in cybersecurity like you, Jono, but that is where many major breaches have occurred, is in the vulnerabilities of suppliers to major companies like Target in 2014 with a huge breach that occurred there. So, that's another area where you need to be looking and really vetting the risks that lie. I touched on trafficking and child labor, that's something that over the past 20 years has really evolved and become more in the spotlight. I think many global companies are doing a much better job of looking at those types of things. Sadly, unfortunately, mainly because it has a lot to do with their reputation, their PR, their brand. Nobody wants their brand affiliated with some kind of terrible thing that's going on in the world. But those are some of the, just a quick list of a few of the major types of risks that are inherent in many supply chain factors I've seen. The list goes on and on, as you've touched on. It can lurk anywhere, basically any bad thing that can happen. Weather occurrences, failures, power failures, shipping shortages, congestion like we have off the coast, west coast of the United States right now. All of those things, just really can catapult a company that was doing fine yesterday into pure chaos and distress today.
Excellent. Well, touched on a few different things there, and I think it's important as we look across the digital divide, as we look at how we connect systems, and that's the broad topic that we're covering, that we're obviously going to be interchanging information about all of those things that you've just mentioned. And so when we think about cybersecurity, sometimes people think of, people with hoodies on in dark corners, tapping away, trying to reprogram the matrix or something like that. It's a lot less nefarious. A lot of the time, the activities that occur are driven by commercial gain, sometimes by curiosity. But a lot of the time when the implementations come to light, as in the result of those attacks that people put into place, they're trying to pinpoint some of those risk areas that you've just described. A classic is GPS spoofing that happens on big ships. When they enter a harbour, if their AIS information is being scrambled by somebody else, they don't know where they are and they can run into each other. This is a massive risk to your supply chain. And so if there's any way that you can influence the conversation about security on board vessels or security from land, so from land comm stations out to vessels, then ask those questions if you can. If you're a marine communications expert, you'll know all of the risks inherent with those things, and you'll need to communicate them back down to your downstream suppliers or the suppliers that use your supply chain to assure them that you've thought about those things to mitigate those risks. So really good points there, Amy. We are looking specifically at technology and digital things. So I wanted to touch on 3 different areas that I think would be important for decision makers, for people entering the industry, or those who have got an established career in these things. In the different topic areas that we've touched on, to kind of marry together some of that risk conversation with some cyber digital topics that I think would be of interest. So I want to touch on IoT and IoT devices. I want to talk about insider threats. And then I want to finish by just talking about the false promise of blockchain and what that means for us as decision makers or those that are considering new technologies. So firstly, IoT devices. It's really important to note that IoT devices can provide genesis data, that's origin information. And that's as simple as something like a temperature reading. That's translated into 1 and 0 and then passed up the stack. But accuracy is critical for your IoT devices. If you're purchasing or looking to purchase or looking to secure IoT devices, you need to ask the question, are the sensors on board those devices accurate? Because if they're not, all of the downstream systems that rely on those devices, your artificial intelligence algorithmic engines, your machine learning pathways, any data storage in your data lakes or reservoirs, all of that relies on that genesis data. And then your downstream business decisions do as well. We move this from here to there, it should be at this temperature. Classic example of failure for that, which I heard from somebody who were associated with, is they wasted about $3 million flying ice around the world that they didn't have to, because they were using cheap sensors that told them the wrong temperature. So instead of having their fish at -4 degrees or whatever it needs to be, they were flying it around at the wrong temperature and they were shipping around far too much ice. And they wasted $3 million a year because a cheap little sensor didn't tell them the right thing. Now, if you look at that singular example, you realize the importance of IoT devices, but the importance of IoT devices to be correct. And so when you look through the implementation of your IoT system, when you're thinking about, I need to place something on here to give me a readout, you need to also ask a question, a critical question. Will that give me the information I need that will translate into an insight which I can action to drive an outcome? And if so, and that outcome is large, I change my entire business structure, then is that information accurate? Just another point on IoT is that OT systems and IT systems are converging. An example of that is a sensor that's on a ship to gauge its ballast level. Now, we don't know if the ship in the Suez Canal was impacted by a cyber attack. It possibly was. We don't know at this point in time. but OT systems and IT systems are starting to be stuck together, and they're almost joined together completely. And that bridge just means that you can move into different types of systems to maintain control or take over control through exploited IT gateways. So if you're securing a system that was traditionally manual and mechanical, don't suspect just by putting some technology onto it that it will solve your problem in totality. You need to work out what the risk is of using that IoT device to give you that visibility that you need. Secondly, insider threats. This is traditionally with like bring your own device or touches on issues like internal risk mitigation. There's a trade-off here. There's always a trade-off with the welfare of your team and the access your team has and security. Those things are always warring against each other. I want to touch on this because it's especially important for young workers who enter the workforce. They like being connected, but they like being connected to lots of different things. And that can pose a risk to your business. And so if you're considering employing people, you need to ask them questions about what they would like and then work with your IT teams to make sure that sits inside your security paradigm. The needs of the business comes first, they always come first, but the welfare of your employees is part of how your business will be successful. So as you're implementing systems to look at insider threat, which can cause a huge amount of cyber and digital disruption, you need to make sure that you're making adequate decisions to protect your business interests, but doing that in a way which also honors your team. Thirdly, I just want to touch on, and this is probably quite controversial, given some of the topics that people have been talking about. I just want to talk about the false promises of blockchain, but the need for secure data sharing. And I want to separate those two things out. Blockchains, unfortunately, have not transformed much. They haven't transformed much in the industry. A previous speaker said that about Industry 4.0, how we were talking about this in 2011, reeled off a bunch of statistics about that, and that's absolutely true. There's lots of things that we talk about in terms of technologies that don't come to pass. Blockchains, I affectionately call them digital tulips. They're an example where a technology was originally designed for one thing and it's tried to be shoehorned into lots of things. It was originally designed, Satoshi Nakamoto's paper back in 2008, to stop double spending. And all of a sudden that concept has tried to be applied in an enterprise sense across the board. Significant amounts of money have been spent on using blockchains in areas that we're never going to use or we're never going to be able to utilize what blockchains can or should offer. I just want to make a point about that, because as soon as you think of a system like a blockchain-based solution, and there could be many other solutions that are similar in name, an ERP system or a CRM system, whatever it might be. As soon as you look at these things and you try and make a decision about them, if you're a business decision maker or a technical lead, your questions about what your business needs need to supersede what the technology offers. So our business needs the following. It needs to have the technology to complement what the business needs. It shouldn't be supplanted by. And this is what the problem has become with blockchain, where a lot of the blockchain implementations that you hear spoken about are just digital transformation dressed up as this fancy term. And I'll mention something that's pertinent to a business owner. If you're concerned about overheads, system engineering overheads, about your IT spend, blockchains generally won't help you with that. They'll introduce a significant amount of complexity to your engineering spend and a significant amount of opaqueness to how you do systems administration. A lot of the systems that get implemented, and these are in private permission consortia, I know all the buzzwords and I understand the technology quite well, they're probably not going to achieve what you need. Sometimes some of the simplest things that you can do is assess specifically what your business needs and then find technology that matches that entirely in a very mature sense that's possibly been around for a long time. So blockchains offer a lot of promise, but they haven't really delivered. And so a simple question is, you look at the current issues with supply chains, where a big boat has stuck into the side of a canal. How would blockchains help with that? They don't generate any new information. They don't give us any new insights. In fact, the information being transmitted from one part to another, I know some people on the call and who might be listening along might say, oh no, but we're sure that the data has veracity. CNN has problems with its own supply of information directly from its own reporters about veracity. A blockchain is not going to fix that. If we've got problems with communication person to person, it's not going to be solved by a cryptographic ledger. And so when you look at a specific example like that, you start to realize that those sorts of things break apart. But I do want to touch on something that blockchain has done positively, and that's to elevate the conversation about secure data sharing. And that is a necessary component of how our world is evolving. We need to share data. But then begs a question, is the data sharing that we're talking about interoperable? And what sort of standards do we have? If I'm talking to you as another company or supplier, are we talking the same language? And so I wanted to touch on those three things: IoT, insider threats, and the false promise of blockchain, but the importance of secure data sharing, because I believe that when you look through those three things, and there's another 20 more that we could cover off, you can see a number of things, a number of themes that start to emerge that specifically relate to risk. And I wanted to just finish off just mentioning something which I hope will resonate with some people in the audience, and that's compliance doesn't equal security. If you're ISO 9001 or 27001, pick whichever one you like. Being compliant doesn't mean that you're secure. And so as a business and a business owner, you need to take your own risk, do your own risk assessment and take that as seriously as you need to. If you're coming into the industry and you know there are known risks, maybe you spend your weekends polling Showdown and you can see that your company's servers have wide open ports, then spend some time with the business owner and explain that to them. And if you're sitting there in the middle as an engineer and you've assessed your own risks in terms of what you need to perform in your job, then communicate them sideways and up the chain. Make sure that you're working together as a team to solve those sorts of things. And what we'll generally see then is a step beyond compliance. We'll actually see that these things that we need to mitigate can be done practically and well, and aren't just done in a checklist fashion. So I want to wrap up in just a couple of minutes, and we'll hear some key takeaways from Amy, and I'll finish with a reflection or two. And then we'll leave it open to questions, because there might be some questions. But Amy, some takeaways. We've covered off a few different things here. We've only really scratched the surface, lots of things we could have talked about. But consider a C-suite or a decision maker, someone who's in charge of an organization, perhaps even a head of an industry, someone who's in charge of a manufacturing sector. What do you think they should focus on over the course of the next year when they consider what sort of risks might be involved in their organization, cyber or otherwise?
Yeah, so again, you know, supply chain's really taken a prominent role in many cases nowadays, and not anywhere else should it take more a prominent role than the boardroom of most companies, right? Unfortunately, however, you know, the history has shown us that traditionally many facets of supply chain management internal to a company are not heralded to the degree of, you know, pedigree that would get you to the C-suite. So one of the most obvious misses is the lack of strategic insight and input within most companies' strategic decision-making areas right now. So within the C-suite, we do not have a lot of companies, although you're seeing many of them playing catch up now, with chief supply chain officers, chief procurement officers, and the like, who are looking at a strategic vantage point out at an organization, the current footprint, you know, based on all kinds of different input and parameters, you know, what the future or output should look like. The infrastructure, you know, where are we producing? Where should we be producing, based on all kinds of things, temporary things, perhaps new tariffs, you know, but longer term, trade management as a policy. So all of these things are gaps in many corporate security plans, really, because nobody, you know, even if you had a strong risk mitigation profile and you had done your homework and diligence and you had mapped out all your supply chain, most companies did not plan for a sustained long-term pandemic. Now we've seen it. And then what happens? We think we're getting over that hump from a supply chain perspective, and oh, wait, there's a giant boat stuck in the Suez Canal, right? So there's always going to be unforeseeable events which occur, and you can't prevent them. You can't even always imagine them. Who knows what time will bring? Hopefully better things, but you can't always predict that. So it's, again, just very, very critical to have people who understand supply chain, who are at your strategic levels within your company. If you're a young entrepreneur, if you're building a company, just like you can design a product with your packaging and your end consumer and your distribution channels in mind and really optimize design for the supply chain aspects, you can do the same thing with your strategy, especially if you're starting new. And frankly, that's a huge vantage point you'd have against many global companies which have been around forever, Systemically, they're not, they're not robust in terms of how they're managing their supply chain because of different piecemealed ERPs and other types of systems which have evolved over years. So number one, I think, focus on strategic mindset within your organization. If you're young and new and starting out, designing that into your strategy, into your talent management, into your processes and systems. So that's number one. And then number two, just taking everything we've talked about and understanding that, as you so eloquently put, and I really love everything you just said, Jono, because it needs to be heard and reiterated. Technology is great, but it can't replace certain things. And one of them is diligence within your processes, within your management. So you can't take blockchain and make that fix certain problems. It might be suitable and great for certain things. One of the other common problems I've seen, and this is very predicated within large global companies, but it's possible everywhere, especially because of the fact that many of us that have grown up with technology do believe that it has the power to solve a lot of problems. But basics like master data, when you're in a supply chain role, when you're in a company and you're growing, things like optimization of your supply chain, things like consolidating your freight better into a truck or to an ocean container. You can't do that stuff no matter what technology you have, no matter how great of an optimization software program or TMS or WMS you have. You can't do that if you don't have the right data in your ERP, if you don't have part level specific information. And you'd be shocked to see how few companies have those things embroiled in their processes to build upon. So, supply chain and a good supply chain is an infrastructure. And just like a building or any other type of infrastructure, you've got to have a solid base to build from. So that starts with, discipline within your supply base. It starts with solid processes for managing data, for putting data in the places it needs to be, so downstream and future state systems can pull that data and use it. So, you'd be, again, it's mind-blowing to me, and I've been doing this for a long, long time, how many large companies still, the C-level suite, they get a hold of these ideas, these technologies, blockchain, Industry 4.0, and they think, wow, let's put some budget on bringing in, these great fancy new systems. But what they haven't done is looked at current state and the gaps and the failures there, that it doesn't matter if you have, grade A technology or you have, a homegrown patched together piecemealed ERP system, that will function better than that new technology if it's got the right things in place supporting it to grow from. So, as especially the young entrepreneurs here on the line, look to the future, make sure you're doing the things now that you are setting a foundation to build from as you grow, as you scale, because it's very hard to go back in time once you're a legacy company and put those basics in place. And again, data management, supplier discipline, these are the very, very basic things you've got to have in place. So that's something that, I've drawn just even from listening to you, Jono. Risk is inherent in, frankly, just not having the right information at your disposal and in your own systems. So start there, start with the basics. You don't have to be fancy, like you said. And if you build something that you can grow from, then you'll be off to a very solid start.
I just want to touch on something there that you mentioned, because I had a robust discussion with someone and they introduced me to a great concept, which is the difference between a data lake and a data reservoir. It's a fantastic thing because a lake is a naturally occurring object or entity and geographic landscape item, perhaps. But a reservoir is something that you've built purposefully to supply you with drinking water. And they're two very different things. I noticed in the chat someone says that data is very critical and data is the new oil. Data is more like air than oil, because oil is quite finite. So what we want to try and do, much like your lake, is not pollute it. And so you can go through the process as a company or as an individual, as a technologist, of deploying something which has great credentials in terms of throughput, capacity, storage, security, additional apps that can be connected to it. Take AWS as an example. But if your data lake, which is effectively, it should be a data reservoir, has been placed somewhere where it might be geographically well represented, but it can be easily polluted, then you've deprioritized certain things that can lead to great mistakes inside your organization. So as people think about how they handle data, it shouldn't just be questions around, is data there to be acquired? It should be, how can we process and store it securely? How can we extract it for maximum value? And as we extract it, how does that extraction underpin our business case? There's a question here, would third-party risk management program be considered a subset of managing cyber risk in supply chain? I think risk is an overarching topic. In fact, it's so central to the functionality of business that I've heard someone say, and I have to quote this to Rich Mason, a good friend and colleague and someone who serves on the Verified Strategic Advisory Board. He said we should actually call it EBITDA with an R on the end, where the R stands for risk. And why would he say that? Or why would that be used as a concept? Well, because it elevates it to a conversation the board has to understand. They're looking for icebergs in a financial spreadsheet, but they don't know that a data breach could make them all redundant, because they don't have a concept of what a data breach is, because the CISO wasn't at the table, because the lead technologist didn't explain what was going on. And all of a sudden, something which should have been communicated as a risk was never considered. And so when we look at those sorts of things across the organization, third-party risk management program, it should be fundamental to the operation of the business. It shouldn't be attacked underneath cyber, although if cybersecurity is something inside the organization, the risks that are inherent inside cyber need to be elevated in the discourse. So that's how I would attack towards that question. So I've had some key takeaways there from Amy, and I'll just add one last thought before we hand over for any additional questions or thoughts. What should the focus be of someone who's starting their career and looking at all these different things? We've touched on cyber and supply chains and risk and how data is critical and all these different things. A bit of IoT in there, a few buzzwords, a bit of panning of blockchain. If you're starting out in your career, consider that what you take for granted is something very valuable to the business that you might apply for. And that is, if you're a young person, I'd say just anyone under the age of 30, let's just use that as a ballpark. If you're starting out, actually, I wouldn't care what age you are. Whenever you're starting out in your career into a new career, you share things all the time. You share your information with Uber, so it will pick you up accurately. You share with your friends on Instagram. You're used to a world where data sharing and interoperability is a thing, and data accuracy is a thing. When you go into the corporate world, take that same mentality and gently explain what that means to the decision makers inside your organization. And don't force it upon them, but gently explain that interoperability and secure data sharing and all those things you're familiar with are actual things that can transform a business. And if you're in a senior decision-making role and you're listening to someone who's quite young tell you this is how the way should be, and maybe they're spouting things off that you don't understand, gently coach them on what business risks might be involved if that new technology gets implemented. The two can work in concert. And so if you are starting out, and if you're thinking, would I put my effort into this? Would I put my effort into cybersecurity or risk or supply chains or so on? Start with an understanding that the things that you do every day are probably valuable to a business that you will join. And communicating them up the tree can lead to much more profitability and better business outcomes. So Rashmeet, I know there's a large question here, which I might have a look through, but there might be some other questions that have popped up on Facebook or elsewhere. We've got about 15 minutes. We wanted to leave a bit of time for questions and discussion. I'll tackle this question that's just popped up from our perv. When considering cyber risks, especially for a lot of the third-party vendors, it became very difficult to enforce a standard of cybersecurity across all vendors. Excuse me, especially for small vendors and businesses with just about 4 to 5 computers. How do I look for managing risks from such vendors? What advice should I give them? So it's a very specific example, and I'll just have a few points about that. If you're not in control of what your vendor defines as risk, you need to have a hard conversation with them about what's important to you, not what's important to them about risk. A classic for that is when you go through the airport and you hear the people who do airport security and they say things like, we've got a 100% success rate in not detecting bombs. Now, what does that statistic mean? It means they've also got a 100% failure rate in not detecting bombs as well. They haven't been able to detect anything. But the fact they have not found anything isn't proof that nothing existed. And so if a security vendor comes to you and says, my product is able to do X, Y, and Z, you need to say, prove it. How can you prove that to me? And they might say, well, our statistics show X. Oh, we've stopped 3 million attacks on your network in the last month. You say, okay, well, what about that one effective attack which might not adhere to your rule set? How are you going to mitigate for that? And so when you're looking at vendors, in particular for small vendors, because they're usually cash poor, the people you're talking about, and they're time poor as well, you need to identify what the key areas of concern are for them inside their businesses and then implement a technology stack accordingly, and not the other way around, because otherwise you can burden them with too many things, which mean they try to be over compliant when all they need is something quite simple to stop, say, spam or phishing, as opposed to an enterprise grade firewall.
Jono, if I may jump in as well, just one quick comment. So I referenced supplier discipline a couple of times in my last commentary, but to kind of further define what I'm talking about there, suppliers are critical to your business. They're your lifeline. In many cases, your business will not succeed if your supplier inputs are not functioning correctly, right? So because of that, you need to evaluate the different areas your supplier provides a critical lifeline or service to your business. You need to define what the criteria to measure the successful continuation of that product or service is, and you need to be monitoring that. So, traditionally, again, in our old school linear supply chain, the most important thing was delivery of goods. And that's where a lot of supplier metrics began, and frankly, are still focused. So, I was a buyer at Ford Motor Company. They had a very advanced, for their time, especially 20 years ago, plus years ago, supplier performance metrics that were evaluating. Did the supplier ship on time? Did they send an ASN, which is, an electronic communication that parts are shipping? Did they do, these 5 things? And if they did not, they received penalties in their rating. And ultimately, if you didn't sustain a certain rating over a certain period of time, your repercussion or penalty long-term was desourcing or not any kind of stake in new business opportunities. So there was a repercussion for lack of performance. So taking what Jono just said and kind of using that as an entirety, when you're looking at your supply base, think about the things, delivery being one of them, but cybersecurity being one of them, your brand quality, obviously, but the critical factors that could shut you down. It doesn't stop with just looking at the risk sources and designing mitigation plans. You can actively prevent risk by monitoring those things that are critical to your business and discussing them, with your suppliers. And when you have non-compliance or non-conformance, working with them to fix it and address it proactively before it shuts you down and becomes, a huge impediment to your business.
Yeah, really good point, Sammy. I've got a few questions up here which are coming from Facebook, and I'll just really quickly buzz through them.
Yeah.
Question, can we define nodes to check for when we're trying to do a cyber risk check across the value chain? You might be talking about nodes in a blockchain sense, and I just make the point that it doesn't matter if there's a node, even resident inside someone else's network. If they have access to it and they have the ability to put compromised information into it, then it doesn't matter how cryptographically protected it is. If your question isn't about blockchain, and it is about how do we get more transparency across the value chain, there's a number of different platforms that can offer you that. Some of them are to do with good governance inside organizations, ESR, which is coming out and people are talking about to a great extent now. I still would argue, though, the best thing you can do is pick up the phone or even go and visit them and ask them a very hard question and then write it down on a piece of paper. What do you do? And where are the risks inside your organization that might affect mine? That's a very good question. And it's a very simple question. And given that they're your supplier or you're their supplier, and you have a trusted relationship, or maybe you're establishing trust, that's one of the other questions here, it's probably based on a monetary exchange. If you're paying somebody, they should have good answers to your questions. And if they don't have good answers, find another supplier. And the second question here, how to build initial trust accountability when jumping into a big digital transformation. Comment on that, be laser focused on your business case. What is this going to do for your business? Don't ask the question, what can this digital transformation do in and of itself? Ask the question, what is this going to do for my business? And you should have metrics for that. I'm going to spend $100 million on implementing a new ERP, and our sales are going to go up by 25%. Our EBITDA margin is going to go up to 7% and be an industry standard. Those sorts of things which marry into the business case are critical. The critical question is not what digital technology should I implement. The question should be, how can I implement a digital technology to complement my business? And don't get fooled into thinking when someone puts a fancy label on that. And I don't want to pick on Industry 4.0, but there's lots of fancy labels that get used. Fancy label is not important. Profitability in your business is important, and technology needs to make that happen. With all the cloud talk.
Also, again,
yeah,
just to jump in quickly,
yeah, go for it.
You've got to make sure that your current state doesn't have major gaps, right? So I just had a conversation with a huge company in the world, and they're really excited about digital transformation, as they should be. It's an exciting thing. They have some major breaks in current processes. So, nothing that they're going to do from a technology integration standpoint will overcome some of these basics that have been missed. So gap analysis, just map current state, find where the problems are, talk to the people that are actually doing the work, and see what the holes are and fix those, patch those, build that infrastructure, then put the digital transformation focus, overhead.
Yeah, that's really great, Amy, and I think it shows that layered response. You have a distinct understanding of what is required. You've mapped out your ROI measurements, and you've worked out what risks will be associated with that, and then you go off and you spend your money. And beforehand, you're asking really hard questions to the people who are supplying this to you. Another question here: with all the cloud talk, is there more trust in storing data for remote devices that collect health stats? You probably tackle that in a few different ways, but possibly the question is, is there a benefit to doing on-prem versus cloud? That could possibly be the benefit, or you might even say on-device versus cloud shareable. Maybe that's a way to talk about it if you're talking about health stats. So I could take that either way. There's risk with on-premises. If you have on-premises talent and that talent is good, then fantastic. You can probably manage it yourself. But your question should be, can I manage my own data better than a data center that has guards and guns and gates and redundant power supplies and a whole bunch of other things just to make sure anyone's data that goes in there is secure? And the answer is probably no. So unless you're doing mission critical things and you're able to create your own reservoir and you can secure that well because you've got talent to do so, you've got a budget that's going to adhere to that, you've got some ROI metrics on that, and then you've also got a risk assessment that you've baked into it, then on-prem or own device might be good. Personal things for health, Apple leads the way in this in a sense because they're on-device. Processing stays on your device unless you mandate a change or shift of information externally. But anything outside of that for a general business use case, I'd say you need to assess it on a per case basis. There's a lot of benefit in going to cloud, but if you have the talent, you might be able to pull that in-house. So one other question here, and then we might leave it to you, Rashmeet. What is the single most important cyber risk control or set of controls while digitizing your SCM practice? What is the single most important cyber risk control? I think possibly the greatest thing that you need to assess as a risk is the singularly greatest thing that can destroy your business. That's probably digital, because digital does things at scale which nothing else can do. An OT system which is isolated might turn a pump on at the wrong time and perhaps spew water over the factory floor. A data breach of your customer's information could sink your entire company. So you need to assess those risks according to an appropriate external matrix that maybe you need assistance to put together. And there's people who do those sorts of things. But again, to answer that question well, you'd need to assess it on a per customer basis. But again, the worst risk is always the one that will sink you entirely. Amy, do you have any thoughts on that? Could you put your finger on something that's the most important control when you digitize SCM?
I think you said it probably best. I think it varies. I don't know that there's one single factor, but like you said, with the interoperability now of manual systems and IT driven solutions, there's a lot of potential for damage again that maybe you might not even consider. This is an area where I, as an entrepreneur, would definitely look to others who are experts in this field to help me identify that, to be honest, in my businesses. But, to me, it kind of varies, and I can't really point out a single most important cyber risk control. I've seen so many different types of breaches, both through technology holes, but also just in other risk profiles that are out there. So I'm sorry to leave a blank, but I think you probably said it best, Jonah.
So we might finish there, and I just want to reiterate that comment by Dr. Thomas Sowell. There's no solutions, only trade-offs. And I think what we've touched on when it comes to cybersecurity or digital implementations or transformation is that the things that we might try and implement from a technology point of view do have trade-offs that we need to be aware of. We've touched on a bunch of different topic areas, which I hope is of interest. But as people think through these things, and it doesn't matter if you're emerging business, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a startup founder like me, or if you're coming into the industry fresh and you've been there for quite some time, it does pay to sit down, even if you're just doing it on the back of a napkin in a cafe somewhere over a skim soy latte, to work out what risks are inherent inside your business that you might need to mitigate, and which one of them could cause the most problems. And if there's a digital solution for that, fantastic, you might be able to find it out there. But start with understanding what the business case is before the technology that gets implemented. So I think we'll leave it there, Rashmeet. We've got a couple of minutes still on the clock. There's another question in the chat. Maybe we can touch on that, but we'll leave it to you for direction. Thanks again for the opportunity. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much. But before I officially thank you, I think the question that has come up now is a question in my mind as well. So the question is whether or not, if you are as a working professional in cybersecurity, how do we get an understanding of supply chain security? I'm asking question, adding a thread to it, that I'm a person in supply chain, through and through, no idea about the security part of it. How do I get started on that? How do we merge the two things together? So I think that will be a beautiful thing to leave this session on.
Well, I'll throw it to Amy. Amy's a trained academic. I'm just a paid hack. So Amy, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm sure there's material out there. For myself, not being a cybersecurity expert and being more, like you said, Rashmeet, I'm just a supply chain person. I'm not a techie. I'm old. So, I had a typewriter actually when I was in school. So, to me, this is, it's not a comfort area either. I've had to learn a lot about these things simply through researching and understanding them myself. When I frankly sit in meetings and hear acronyms, verbiage I'm not familiar with, I have a habit of jotting it down and looking it up after. I know that's not a fancy solution to answering this question, and there's a lot more technical things you need to know when it comes to cybersecurity specifically. And I think it's a great question because you're right. There's so many things to think about as, a young person starting off in a workplace, or if you're off on your own trying to build a business. And you can't overlook cybersecurity, but it's overwhelming with how different it is and how technical it is if that's not your field. So for me, just trying to educate myself, reading different resources that are out there. A good resource is, business magazines like Forbes, like Inc., like, Modern Company, different communications like that actually publish some pretty good explanatory articles for the naysayer, layman in the industry, like myself and others who might not really have the background in this area. So just very openly, I'll admit it's not a strong suit for me, but I've learned enough and a lot about it to at least hold a conversation just through my own self-study. Also networking with people like Jonathan. It's important to understand your weaknesses and find others in your network that you can draw on to help you learn those things as well and strengthen, areas where you might be lacking. So again, maybe not the most scientific answer to the question, but I think self-education is a huge piece, and I think there's plenty of places where you can find ways to learn a little bit more about how it all works and fits together. Jono, do you have?
Yeah, I'll just jump in real quick because I'm conscious of time.
Yes.
There's a few places you can go and a few resources that you can pursue. It's a great question. I can share some of them myself if people reach out to me. I'm generally on LinkedIn barking about various things, so I'm happy to share my knowledge on that. There's a lot of power in collaboration and self-discovery. So don't feel like you're isolated. There's lots of people who want to help, and there's lots of people who want to redefine this category with you. I strongly suggest that you reach out to me or others, and I'm sure you'll be amazed at how receptive people can be to help you out.
Amazing. So firstly, I want to say thank you so much. And I think there were a lot of takeaways, and I don't need to summarize it because even if I try, I'll take a lot of time. But I do want to say that we talked about a lot of practical on-ground realities rather than just something. So like I said, these are all buzz topics and pretty much everyone is talking about them. But I love the fact that our focus was primarily on the ground realities and how do we go about it and what are the real life implications of what we are trying to have a discussion here about. Now, having said that, I think I have this random idea taking cue from the last question. Why don't we actually create a course together? You do great work, bringing all the best brains together. That's exactly what community work and this conclave is for. Let's just
Rashmi, we've already started doing that.
amazing. See, that's what I'm talking about. So thank you so much for sharing that out, and I'm sure people
It's a big gap, just by the way. The last question's a doozy because I've done paid courses which cost me thousands of dollars, and I was embarrassed as to what the content was. And it's hard to say that, but there's a big gap there. Yeah.
Huge gap.
Amazing. So I think we just have to bridge that gap somehow. And I love the fact that, we are using platforms like these and discussions like these to bridge that gap in some way possible. So, being mindful of the time, I really want to I just want to say thank you so much, both of you, for this amazing discussion. And I know that you are, it's a very different hour for you as well. So curating this discussion and full powered manner, I really appreciate it. And that's exactly what we're here for. And that's exactly why we call you thought leaders. So thank you so much. I would be sharing, if you allow me, I'll be sharing your credentials, LinkedIn credentials as a follow-up email after today's session. Thank you so much, Jonathan and Amy. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And I'm off to bed. 12:30 now, Rashmi. So enjoy the rest of the Pistons. I hope it goes really well.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you as well. I love being here. It's great to see everyone.
Bye.
Take care. Take care, you too. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, to everyone else who's there with us and has been here with us since the beginning of the session, we are now heading on to our last session for the day one in technology conclave. And I think it's going to be an interesting coffee with mentors like we call it here. And I think it's very, very relevant in today's world. But before I introduce the mentors for this discussion, I would request Rachel and Suman to turn on their videos so that we can see you and get started on this discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you. Am I audible?
Very much audible.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. So for the benefit of others, allow me to introduce our amazing mentors here. So the last leg of today's discussion is about skills of future in heavy industry. And it's going to be an interactive question. And I think it's a question that we all need to answer as, mid-career and early career professionals, in the industry. So introducing our two mentors here, starting with Rachel. Rachel White has spent over 30 years charting the course of world maritime trade, logistics, shipping, freight, supply chains, and cold chain operations. Starting as a journalist and then editor, she has subsequently worked as a researcher, event organizer, market consultant, community builder, content creator, and influencer. Today, her key focus is on the new wave of digitization, automation, and sustainable technologies in trade, logistics, and supply chain, with a mission to help bridge the gap between the established industry, startups, and government. She also has a core focus on advances in cold chain for food, pharma, and other key perishable supply chain. She has edited 4 industry-aid journals and has been involved in organizing, moderating in over 100 plus industry conferences worldwide. And oh my God, I mean, I want to talk about what you're doing right now because there's so much I can go on there, Rachel. She's currently the founder of Cool Logistic Resources, providing a global platform for knowledge exchange and networking in cold chain, perishable logistics, and shipping sectors. She's also the content director for the TOC Worldwide Port and Container Supply Chain events. Her company, Next Level Information, consults with corporate and institutional clients on content, communication, market outreach, and business development. I couldn't have found a better person who has such cross functional experience to talk about the skills of future in the heavy industry. So thank you so much for taking time out and joining us, Rachel.
It's my pleasure, Rashmeet. Really, thank you for the invitation, and I'm looking forward to productive discussion and hopefully sharing some insights.
Amazing, thank you. Introducing our another mentor, Suman Mitra. Suman Mitra is a postgraduate in human resources. He past 26 years have worked in employee relation, human resources, OD intervention, talent strategy, and in all areas of HR. He has worked with multinationals like Unilever and Indian companies like Tractors India Limited. He's currently attached with Bosch Limited in the capacity of Vice President Human Resources. He has done business partnering roles for supply chain HR, sales and marketing HR, and strategic ER/IR roles for Southeast Asian countries comprising of Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. A certified trainer on OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, its applicability in India on employment matters. He's also a certified coach from Coaching Federation of India and Bosch Initiative with an ambition to create impact in the life of people. And in the past and also currently, he's attached with various non-government organizations in his capacities with CII, NIPM, BCII. And I've known Suman sir as somebody when I joined as fresher in the industry. I'm still pretty young to call myself to have any such experience. But then again, I have known him and have worked closely with him to see his unique style. So I couldn't have find two better people to have such conversation around the skills of future leaders in the industry. So thank you so much, Suman sir, for joining us.
Thank you, Rashmeet. Nice to catch up with you. After a pretty long time. Nice to see you as well.
Absolutely. So let's get started on the discussion. And like I said, this is an open coffee with mentors, like we call it. And we know that you've been here for a long day, but we want to end it on an interactive note. I do have some questions, but feel free to type in your questions in the chat. We will happily take them up. And to our Facebook listeners as well, I will be typing in your questions here too. So just keep commenting. So just to set the conversation tone, Rachel and Suman, so the heavy industry is actually going a huge transition at the moment. We were just talking about Industry 4.0's introduction, all the other buzzwords around it. Now, having said that, let's start about the transition in the skills needed. So when I talk about the future leaders in the industry, since you have been in the industry for so long now, looking forward, what are the needed skills to make this transition and adjust to the new technologies that are being introduced? How do we settle with that? And like always, either if you can get started with, this is not a directed question towards anyone.
Okay, can I
Carry
start?
on, go ahead.
Yeah. Rashmi, thanks for the asking this intelligent question. Now, let us understand what is future. So if you ask me what is future, I think future is going to be uncertain. And future is going to continue to remain as VUCA. So therefore, VUCA is new normal. Now, if you ask about the leadership in the future scenario, how the leadership is going to come in the future scenario. So I see that I think the main criteria for the leaders in the industry will be leading employees through empathy, and coaching is going to create a real differentiation, I would say. Second point I would like to mention here that, are you capable of doing strategic planning and towards a purpose? What is the purpose of your organization? What for you exist? If you find that, I think directions to the people will be much better. Are you capable of handling change management? And the organizations are going to work towards agile. There will be no hierarchy. Hierarchy doesn't exist today. So how you are going to work in agile way, in some Scrum methodology? I think those are the skills which we'll be looking for the leaders. Leaders should have an inspiring commitment. I think that's a key area which we should look into. And yes, definitely not the last one, but IT savvy and digitally literate. If you are not digitally literate, you can't exist in the future of the world. So therefore, and finally, I would say you could able to develop a business model through your data analytics. If you have this kind of skills, I would say that yes, you are going towards that direction. That's it from my side. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Suman, and you've all the points I'd written down. You kind of absolutely echoed them. So if I can add a few sort of bits of context from my side, in terms of heavy industry, it has been maritime, shipping, ports, cranes, and there's some lot of tradition there, but a lot of digitalization going on, automation and other technologies. So when we talk with folk in our industry about the leadership, I was reminded about 20 years ago, I wrote an article called Steel Meets Software, which was about how container ports at the time were adopting early stage software, SAP type systems. So I would say if you look at current leaders, there's two dimensions to this at least. Current leaders are looking at how they need to transition. Those already in seat who've been brought up in established businesses working a certain way, what do they need to do differently now? For those coming into the business, just as Suman said, you might have like a trifecta almost of technical, technological, and what traditionally called maybe soft skills, like the emotional intelligence, empathy, creativity, storytelling, and the ability to sort of create a vision for the community you're leading. I think the other aspect is like, well, where are you going to be a leader in the future? Because the nature of the types of businesses involved in heavy industry is changing too. You have traditional businesses that are looking to how they can incorporate innovation, digital solutions, develop new business value, or fend off the new competition. And you have the new competition of startups who say, well, we think we can develop technology to do something better, and they all have a place to play. And of course, we also have in heavy industry and all of these, the public sector side of things, that's not going away either, working in the public sector. So I would definitely say, as Suman said, this meeting of technological, including data and vision and soft skills. But emotional intelligence, or EQ, has absolutely been defined. If you look at World Economic Forum, looking at its Future Skills 2025, they put that really high up there because the future is going to involve even more kind of collaboration and partnerships, which aren't always easy things to make happen and to affect change. So that's some amazing opportunities for new talent coming into the industry.
Thank you for that, Rachel. To both of you, I have like a quick question. So as a follow up to what you just mentioned, so one is on digital literacy and one is definitely on emotional intelligence, EQ. So when we talk about digital literacy, a lot of professionals, including myself, we have we have actually had education which is a little different. And I think and I still consider myself young, somebody in her 20s, thinking about those professionals who are 30, 40, 50, and their educational background has not talked about digital anywhere. So when we talk about digital literacy, are we talking about just knowing certain concepts or understanding those concepts, or are we talking about in-depth understanding? I mean, in layman's language, should I know how to code if I want to sustain in my industry, or am I just talking about basic literacy? That's one question. And the other question is on emotional quotient, EQ, for especially for leaders. Yes, there's a lot of talk around it, but people still consider it like as an additional skill. Empathy and EQ is like an additional skill, something that you might just need only at the top of the pyramid and not at the bottom. So I mean, is that a myth, or is it actually true? So these are my two follow-up questions to what you just talked about. And again, either of you could go on.
If I may, on emotional intelligence, the EQ, yes, it's a so-called soft skill, which kind of downplays its importance in the world of work for the future. It's not something that you just have to sort of learn how to do when you get to the top levels of a business. You need it to get to the top levels of a business today. When you consider that businesses are, if you think of supply chain, it's a chain, it's a community, it's a mix of companies. You need to be able to, you can have the best technical skills in the world, but if you can't communicate to others and you can't have understanding for where they're coming from, probably not going to, and that's both within your organization you may be joining across the sort of, different divisions, but then also between your organization and others in the supply chain. So it's actually a core skill, critical skill, and it can be taught. It's not something that, oh, you're just born with empathy, and you're not, so you're never going to get anywhere. It's a hard skill, actually, or a hard soft skill, and it absolutely can be taught. And if you look, for instance, at, say, Cranfield University here in the UK, they teach EQ in supply chain. It's a course. So I would say it's, we should stop calling it a soft skill and start saying it's a basic, it's an essential business skill at all levels of business. And as you move, as you advance your career, don't leave it out. Make sure it's in the mix.
Thank you for that, Rachel. And particularly, you mentioned about Cranfield University. I just graduated from Cranfield, and I know the emphasis my professors, my course directors have put in kind of inculcating that with me, even though it was not like a proper course, but it was included in every little bit of my education. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that part, and how and the fact that it's something that people can be taught. I have gotten that backlash a number of times that, what, it's a soft skill. You're either born with empathy or you are just not. So I'm so glad you brought it up.
Thank you for that, because if you look back though at some of the very early, Think and Grow Rich or How to Sell, the very early sales books that came out back in the sort of early 1900s, they were talking about the art of negotiation, but they were talking back then about the need for empathy. If you're going to partner with somebody to get a result that you want, or to sell them something that you want, you can't just, push it out of them. You need to understand where they're coming from. And so it's, it's a tactical and a strategic skill in business. And I caught the end of the last session, which was really interesting, and the emphasis on training and courses. And this should be part of the training arsenal, I think, for any, young professional who's coming into this fantastic world of supply chain, heavy industry, maritime.
Thank you for that, Rachel. Thank you so much. Someone, we'd love to hear your thoughts on digital literacy, emotional quotient aspect of things.
I think Rachel has covered a fantastic way. I would say that today there are lots of engineers in my organizations, and what I'm doing as an initiative, I have started educating them on digital fluency, because the entire organization, we have decided that there is a timeline by June 2021. If somebody is not at par with the digital fluency, I think as an organization, as HR of the organization, it's my responsibility to take everybody into that role. Does my engineers understand IoT? Does my, not only engineers, even my HR people who are in my department, it is applicable to me as well, that do I understand IoT? Do I understand AR, VR technology? Do I understand robotic process automation? If I don't, so then we have created a timeline that by June June, July 2021, 80% of the organization should be educated with a digital fluency. So that once you are educated in a digital fluency, the whole lot of opportunity comes up in your mind. And then, as Rachel was telling, that the empathy, unless you understand the empathy and the EQ, the design thinking is not going to come to you. So therefore, there is a correlation into it. And unless you understand that empathy and the design thinking is not going to come, the customers are not going to, whoever is your customers are not going to take your product or services. So if you would like to disrupt the market, that's the key. I think you need to have both a skill on digital fluency, a skill on EQ and empathy, and to understand people from their standpoint. I think so. My thought process goes like that. Yeah.
May I jump in again?
Yeah.
Thank you, Suman. That was brilliant. We see startups coming in, and I was reading some stuff recently in lots of sectors. What's the number one reason startups fail? Because they haven't identified the right market or made connections and reached out into the market. So both for established businesses and and startups, that, as you said, the ability, seek first to understand, what are you delivering and who wants it, it seems. And internally, as you said, we need to train ourselves as well. I mean, I've been through, as a sort of old school maritime journalist and events person, I've been through and I'm going through a big transition because my events are all online now, or they're hybrid and things are being, so it's like a lifelong learning. It's not just training up people coming in, who in many cases will have a lot more digital literacy than some of the more senior people, but those senior people in turn have a lot of hard-won expertise, practical, as you said, Rashmi, ground level expertise and knowledge that cannot just be, replicated overnight. So finding a way to, upskill those of us who are a bit more senior and, and also then train up those coming in to get some of the really practical world knowledge as well. It seems that we need to bring those disciplines together.
Amazing. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm really glad you brought that up, because I think I personally feel that we used to work in silos, then we transitioned into moving into a world of digital silos. And I think most of the organizations are transitioning from the physical silos to digital silos. But the organizations who are actually leading the change and are at the front have moved beyond just digital silos. They have moved into smart systems. They have moved into man-machine collaboration, and collaboration being the key there. So all of these become really important. So I think that's a good start to the discussion as an opening question, and a lot of skills were like maybe threw a lot of ideas there. Now, if you just try to narrow down things here, for the benefit of those listening, can we handpick some skills or narrow down some skills into two buckets? Like, these are your must-haves and these are your good to have, because the future is so unpredictable. And like Rachel said, there is nothing like a lifelong learning, here. So can we just try to put these two skills in two buckets of must have and good to have, so that we have a starting point to focus on?
Right. Rashmit, let me go first, with permission from Rachel. It's very difficult to tell 100% of the skill, because if you look at any reports which is coming out from World Economic Forum, on a lighter note, I would not like to tell my daughter what she should do. She's a 16-year-old daughter, because I don't know what kind of job will exist in 2030 or 2025. Yes, I have some idea. So if I go by the data of World Economic Forum, by 2030, the job which is going to come, 65% of them doesn't exist today. So if it doesn't exist, then 35% I have a visibility. How do I, advise my daughter what she should do? That's number one. But to answer your question, to must have, I think if you do not have a data analytics capability, you do not exist. If you do not understand the data. So for example, if you ask me that, Suman, do you understand user-centric designing, UX? then it doesn't fit in for the future. If you are talking about a heavy industry, heavy engineering industry, do you understand robotic process automation? How it happens and how the connecting world works. If you do not understand it, you are not going to exist. As simple as that. Forget about the new skill. So therefore, I would say design thinking, digital fluency. Under digital fluency, you should understand IoT, AR, VR, design process thinking. All these things you should understand, coupled with your so-called soft skill of coaching, empathy. All these things should come into picture. Then you are good to go. At least your base is ready. But yeah, I would say 65% job. I don't know what does it mean in 2030. That's it from my side.
Almost identical conversation. My daughter's 17, so she's taking her A-levels here in the UK, and she's doing biology, psychology, and sociology, which I personally think is a great mix for her future. But we've had exactly this conversation. Whatever job she does may simply not exist today. So the old school of, train for a particular professional outcome, that's not the world we live in. So biggest skill, an inquiring mind and an open mind. And I know that might sound a bit kind of woolly, but there's so much training going on, both formally and informally, that's available today. I think Suman ticked all the boxes for where people need to go. Certainly we're seeing in maritime and logistics that all the traditional skills are there, which are technical. There's a lot of market knowledge and training. And if you look in cold chain, there's a huge amount of sort of technology skills needed, both with regard to the equipment and systems and also the produce being moved. But the data piece is, is I think probably foundational for people coming in. And as Suman said, at least understanding, the basic advanced technologies as they're emerging today, because something else is going to be coming along soon. So that inquiring mind, but IoT, digital twin. So it's quite a hard question, your hardest one yet to answer, Rashmeet, to identify, and also it's going to depend, what's your pathway going to be, where are you coming into the industry? But I think you have to have that basic understanding of digital technology. Does that mean you need to, your question, to be able to do your programming, your own programming? I don't know, not necessarily, and not from the executives I've seen who've transitioned, who are a bit older, 30s and 40s. They've transitioned from a more traditional role, say in shipping, into an innovation role where they've kind of ended up being partnered with, incomers to the industry who have the digital skills, but not the industry skills. So we're going to see that there's that going on as well.
One last example, Rashmi, just after hearing Rachel, forget about 2025, 2030, Bosch in India manufactures also a lot of power tools, which are, there are power tools which utilizes in heavy engineering industries. And if I look at our sales team and, okay, today maybe our 85% business coming from channel sales, maybe 9 to 15% is coming from the digital sales. But if I look at a 2025, that's going to be 50-50 ratio. Mm-hmm. Does my sales colleagues understand how to get that data from the market? Do they have the capability to do the analysis? If not, they don't exist. Organization doesn't exist. So we are working on that. How do we scale up to teach them, to educate them, make them, give them every facility to learn on the data and then analytics. Then they will understand the market, because channel sales are not going to be there maybe in future.
Well, it's that piece, isn't it then, Suman, that the upskilling, so that the training of those coming in to the industry to give them a heavy industry, whatever it might be, cranes, ships, steel, but it's also then, as we said earlier, upskilling and retraining and developing those who are already in the business as well. Those
absolutely, Rachel. Absolutely, Rachel, right thing. I think what we are having the discussion with the organization and also the people remain in the organizations, what you should do to be relevant in the next years or the years to come. Are you relevant? If you are not relevant, if the organization is not relevant in the market, you don't exist. So therefore, I think one question every professional should ask himself or herself: am I relevant for the future? If that question is answered, I think then what skill, etc., what knowledge, everything will come. I think that's the one question we should ask everybody: am I relevant in 2025? Then it becomes some comfort level, I would say.
I'm really glad you picked up the words that actually relate to the next set of questions that I had. So I'm just going to mix and match and just go with how you are, leading the conversation here. So I love the fact that you said that about the relevance in the industry, but at the same time, there's another world of being replaceable because, yes, there is a lot of educational access that's there. And I believe particularly because of online education access, uh, education system was very traditionalist, and I think particularly again in the pandemic, a lot of online certifications and courses and curriculums, have come across. And I believe that it's not 100% accessible and open, but yet we are moving towards more of like an education that is still easier to get and a little less costlier to access. So having said that, it also everyone in that horde of being relevant, we see on LinkedIn a flood of people doing the similar set of certifications. And then the factor of replaceability comes in. How do you distinguish amongst that pool? Because as I personally believe that the younger generation is leveraging the online education like never before, and the professionals who are in that zone of senior professionals who can unfreeze and change their mindset, even they are onto it. How do you actually distinguish amongst such pool of people, and I believe the barriers are being broken, but then how do you distinguish as people who are in the industry and have been there for like decades now? How do you stand out once that access is open to everyone? How do you stand out?
So if I can ask just a clarification, Rashmi, do you mean, because there are huge explosion in online courses, of course, as part of digitalization. Hey, that's the industry that's been digitalized, very heavily, and that's great, in terms of global access to education and knowledge. So are you asking, how do you choose or select courses that are going to be that are reputable, are going to add to your career path and journey, and ensure, as Suman says, that you are relevant? Is that the sort of nub of your question? Because it's challenging, because of course, as you said, there's an explosion of courses, and validating which ones are meaningful and are going to add value to you isn't an easy thing, because we're all bombarded. But I would say a little bit back to the tail end of the last session I caught, which is, look round at trade bodies and trade associations, do your homework, do your research that are reputable. There's quite a few, global trade associations that are focusing on digitalization, supply chain digitalization, and other aspects. That would be one of the places I would look to start. But also, we talked about something like Cranfield, that research as well, in terms of reputable education bodies, many of whom are actually providing free, to a level, at least an entry level of free courses via the MOOC or the massive open online courses, and I'm taking some myself. So I don't know, it's not a straightforward answer or an easy one, but you do need to do your homework and double check. And ideally, if you've got someone in your company or in the industry who's been through that journey, or a mentor or something, checking with them and saying it would be another recommendation.
Yeah, I think Rachel, you have touched upon everything, and how I would look at, when I used to have a career discussion with any of my people in my industry, or to be very specific, in my HR, I asked them that, what do you want to do from now to next 5 years? Are you clear on that? What gives you that passion? And because why I asked these questions, at some point of time, I was asking these questions for myself. And then very recently, I had, gone ahead to register for a course on design thinking in HR. So therefore, I think my view will be to ask ourselves, what do I want to do, in which industry I would like to go work for? If it is a heavy engineering industry, then what value addition I can bring in with my portfolio? I have some base education. What is that education which is going to work in the industry? Let us talk to the vendor. Let us talk to the industry bodies. I don't know, Rashmit, whether how many people in India are aware that Government of India has created a portal called Samarth. Samarth talked about smart advanced manufacturing and rapid transformation hub. If you go there, a lot of courses are there. And so therefore, relevancy is, what do I want to do? I think that question I will come back. And then we look for relevant courses. There is, let us not waste our time in doing a lot of questions, but a lot of learning, but the relevant learning, and which is going to help to us. And I will give focus on the homework, what Rachel was talking about. I think it's very important to do homework, reference check of every courses before you jump into it. If it is free also, there is nothing about free or with a cost involved into it. I think a lot of research is, and homework is required before you identify a learning platform or a learning journey. I would say in that way.
And if I may, Suman, thank you. Reminds me of something as well I was thinking about before this, using platform. And you referenced some of the Indian government initiatives, but what we are also seeing around the globe, particularly around digitalization and Industry 4.0, is we're seeing the formation of these bigger sort of platforms. They might be grant funded, they might be nationally supported and funded, that are attempting to for both incomers to industry, and as we've talked about, a lot of those already in, provide a national level platform to advance the skills of the population to make the nation competitive with others. So India, I was on a thing called Tech Tour the last few days, which is bringing together startups and VCs and CVCs across all sorts of industry. But there's a lot of big kind of community platforms that are giving education, training, access to funding, putting a wrapper around things. Once as Suman said, or have picked what you want to do, might not be what you're going to do for the rest of your life, but hey, this is the course I'm planning now. And I was thinking Singapore, in terms of the maritime sector, is a wonderful example of laying out a national vision, and then now currently building big sort of skills, education development platforms to support and bring new talent in. So looking at that as well, I think can be a great entree to maybe in some cases not just make sure you're getting really good quality information, but may also give you access to other network resources or grants that that your country's government wants to support you with.
And I would say, Rashmit, on a last comment on this topic, whatever you are learning, it's going to stay for 4 or 5 years, because the entire employment piece is going to change in the industry. You cannot learn a course or cannot learn a skill and then continue for 25 years, 30 years. Those days have gone. And there is no question of a retirement. Those superannuation concept and everything will go away from industry. So because of that, I was talking about, are you relevant? Whatever today you have learned or tomorrow you decide to learn, I think it's going to last you for next 4 to 5 years. But again, you have to learn something to make you more relevant. I think so. Therefore, the question is intelligent, but very hard to give a kind of medicinal answer to it. I think I would say it that way. Yeah.
That's such a brilliant point, though, Suman, because that's me. I started out old school with, I think, as the speaker said in the last session, when I was at university, I did my essays on a typewriter, and So I saw all the technology coming in and go through it all. But I think like me, I've run a lot of events, and that's one of the things, B2B community events where people share knowledge and and I've done every aspect of events, from content and ideation through to the operations on the ground, the logistics and customer, so everything. And so I know how to do those. But now we're not having live events, we're having virtual events. So I've had to pivot and acquire those digital skills, as have my team, who are fantastic at what they do, of many decades of learning, Suman says. But to stay relevant, we've all had to jump on, a pivot and take on board new technologies and get new people to come and work with us.
Yeah, and another thought which is coming to my mind, I think few days back, I was thinking that, in 2020, what did I do? Then I came to a conclusion that whatever problem came to me in 2020, all problems are new. I have never handled in my past. So every time you have to innovate to address that problem. Maybe because this is because of COVID this time, but the industry is going to disrupt in different way. And may not be in a COVID way, but in terms of engineering, in terms of technology. So therefore, I think innovation, I think going to be a key aspect, when you look for your career, a young engineer or a middle-level engineer, I think that's how do you innovate and handle a problem which you have never faced in life.
That's really important. Back to inquiring minds, I guess, lifelong learning. But yeah, handling a problem that you've never faced before, which is one of the differentiators, from digital as a human plus, and I think we'll talk about this later, but to enhance the decision-making process, essentially, for human beings. And Harvard Business Review did a fantastic article recently. They had spent many years looking at the leaders in AI, those who are really making AI work for their business. And they basically said, people are the key to AI, and that sort of putting that data in service of the human brain to say, I've never encountered this before, and I need to find a solution fast.
So again, I'm trying to find out today employee experience through a database which is AI driven. So whenever somebody is joining in my organization, I'm sending some questionnaire and he or she is responding to it, and that's a data point for me. And from there, not only joining, when somebody is undergoing a develop journey or a learn journey, I'm trying to capture those data points about somebody's experience at given point of time. And then I'm trying to create an analytics out of it so that, we can work out how we can make an organization a great place to work. I think everywhere you have to think about data and how you can maneuver those data for your benefit.
I think this has gotten really exciting, and I have two thoughts here, because of the discussion we're having. So basically, we are supposed to be children again, right? When we are kids, we are curious. The learnability factor in the chat that has been talked about, we have so much potential to learn. But I think as we grow up, we become very frozen in our mindsets, and I think that's survival of the fittest is gonna relevance, survival of the fittest, everything. All those things that we have heard about have become much more important now. That was one thing that was coming to my mind. So in the VUCA world, for me to survive, I have to become a kid again, which I think should not be a bad thing, for most of us, because, some of the best years of our life. Now, having said that, that also reminds me of the fact that, most of us, as we grow in, we ask this question, who do I want to be? Like it's a fixed question. Now it's going to be something that we have to constantly ask ourselves every 5 years, like we were just talking about, to stay relevant. And now, having said that, people like Leonardo da Vinci come to my mind time and again. They were polymaths. They're not one. Everything is connected, and we are basically moving towards a mold that is connected digitally, yes, but we are breaking the barriers between the boundaries of education and knowledge as well, and we are expanding that set more than ever. So those were the 2 points that came to me when you were having this discussion. Now, going ahead, this was more from an individual planning, career planning perspective. Now let's look at it from the perspective of, like, as leaders and community leaders or community spaces, to create more future generational leaders, I'd say, next generational future leaders, from a leadership strategy development point of view, what should be our focus area, as corporate leaders, or even as like thought leaders in the field? What should we do, and what should be our strategy to create these next generational leaders?
Okay, what thought process which is coming to my mind is, then what is the difference between our generation, Rashmit, if I talk about, and generation belongs to you, could be in terms of nomenclature, we talk about baby boomers, then Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Now, if you look at in an Indian context, I would say what has happened to my father. I think my father was earning a decent money, but he was also looking for establishing the Maslow's hierarchy of need, basically. And what I did, what I am doing also, I am doing Maslow's hierarchy of needs is not a matter for me. For me is I'm trying to improve those conditions and looking for maybe some kind of luxury, which my daughter is getting. Now, for her, all these are not relevant at all. Now, if she doesn't understand the empathy, because she is getting from the birth, she is getting everything, whatever she is asking for, like for you also, whatever you are asking for, you are going to get all these things. Then I think what I would say that as a mentoring exercise, I would ask a lot of questions when I am having a leadership journey exercise with somebody, asking relevant questions or leading questions. So if I have to ask you, Rashmit, I would ask, Rashmit, today you are here. What do you want to do in next 5 years? What is that motivates you? What is that challenging you? If you are, and also simultaneously have to give some inputs to you that you, like the previous discussion, you cannot have a job once you have learned something and then you're going to retire at the age of 60, 65, something like that. It's not going to be the case. Every time, I think we have to push for people for their creativity. I think because the creativity will only disrupt things. And when the creativity disrupt things, a new learning happens. I think in the minds of new people, new leaders, I would say their learn agility, I would say, how much they were interested to learn. Yes, second part is empathy, because empathy is a topic of interest, so because of that, I'm talking so much about empathy, because if you do not understand the people from their point of view, you cannot exercise, I think. So therefore, empathy is the second part of it, which people should have. And also, again, I will come back to third point of relevancy. What do you want to do? Identify that thing, and how do you relevant? So because of that, I was thinking that, yes, I'm doing my 26 years of career in HR. I know everything of HR. It's fantastic. Wow, for me, and any organization is going to take me. I have no issue. But again, I'm thinking that, okay, currently it is that, but am I doing justice to my profession? Am I doing justice to the organization? So therefore, not making the organization relevant for the future. So therefore, these are the initiatives which we are thinking. Even currently we have gone ahead with educating people on educating the engineers on OD interventions. We had done a tie-up with a US-based NTL Academy, and then we are working on educating them on OD organization development. So all these things has to come into picture, when you are talking about learning, because world is so wide and so open. Telling what are the things 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's very difficult to tell. But these are some of the points which are coming in top of my mind, I would say.
I think that's absolutely brilliant way of putting it. That I was at a conference a few years ago with a rather large shipping line, not currently stuck in the middle of the Suez Canal, or one of the other ones, but be in the big queue waiting to get the supply chains going again on a global basis. And they implemented IoT, and this was kind of a middle manager. She'd been, very experienced, but they were bringing IoT in for their fleet to make smart containers. And she said at the time, this is the learning, she said, remember her saying, in order to seize the future, we had to let go of the past. That they had to kind of relearn how the business worked and question every assumption that the business was making, that they were individually making and the business was making. I think the point is that we're joining larger organizations, and a leadership path also is, questioning the organization as well, because that sets the framework and the structure. And that's what this lady was referring to, is their organization at the time, or at least their division, kind of empowered them to think different, and not to sort of try and, you can't really go into the future if you've got your foot anchored in the past. You won't get very far, basically. And that's quite difficult because big corporates and organizations are often built on hierarchies and structures and systems, and which are quite sort of solid things. So I think that there is an issue there, going in a circle, for future leaders, is particularly for attracting talent into existing really important heavy industry and enterprise, whilst trying to disrupt from within. This is not an easy task. And so to have that sort of creativity and courage, and be a bit, as you said, I think, actually, the polymath mind, as well. So this is not very hard, but it's just saying, I think it's a difficult, it's a difficult thing, I think, to articulate sometimes, other than knowing that, coming from a fixed position, not to give away hard-won experience, but coming
even
is a challenge, or may stifle creativity. Sorry, Suman.
No, not no, I will. What I was telling, actually, even to Rashmeet, one thing, two things. There are two things which comes to my mind, that whatever you have done, what has brought you here, it's not going to take you there. So therefore, you have to change. You have to learn new things. So therefore, I found, how can we create a purpose? So I will not give the example of my organization, but when I was taking a leadership session, there I was talking about, which resonates me, and excites me very much. When I look at John F. Kennedy's version in 1962, when it was after the Second World War and when the economy was not proper, at that point of time, I think he has declared, we are going to send one person in the moon and bring him back safe. And at that point of time, people have felt him crazy. So for the new leaders, new leaders, Rashmeet, like you, I would see that what kind of purpose you are making, thinking big, dreaming big, then I think any disruptions are possible, I would say.
Kind of be a bit crazy is not a bad motto then, Suman.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's bang on, actually, and it's precisely why even I have been personally keeping all my options open. There are multiple things that I enjoy doing, and they've always kind of benefited me. A lot of people land up asking me this question: what is your career trajectory? Where are you going? What are some concrete skills do you have? Which direction do you want to go? And all I want to say to them is, everything that I have learned and I'm learning is helping me every day. And that cross-functional mindset, that really that puts a different thing on the table altogether. And I also feel that from a leadership point of view, that gives you an edge. If you know what it's like to be in many other people's shoes, you become an automatic empath and somebody who understands their perspective. So and I personally think that that's exactly where communities like these become really important. Community leadership is more relevant than ever, because there is a need for such crazy amount of awareness that needs to be I'd say broadcasted through everyone. So this is these are the spaces, these conversations that we are having, these are the exact conversations that are pushing us forward. So Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on that. I know just being mindful of the time. It's towards the end of the session and last leg. I want to open a question that everyone asks, and I say it's not $1 million question, frankly, but it's the most commonly used question. So when people talk about automation, and their first thing is, and I'm talking about people of all ranks here. So people get scared. Will automation take my job away? Or is it just an irrational fear we all have? Because this question is asked everywhere, and I know it's a little off track from what we were discussing, but I do want to end the discussion by breaking this myth, if there is a myth about it. Will automation take my job?
If you look at Rashmit, let me answer this question. Automation in the past has also taken your job. Automation in future also going to take your job. So therefore, you don't see today existing of a typewriter, typewriter machine. You don't see today, the land phone also is going to be extinct. You don't see the post and telegraph jobs today. Those doesn't exist. So therefore, to answer your question, jobs are going to go away. But again, the question of relevance, new jobs will be created. Now, let me give you an example. Since I'm in automobile industry, let me give you an example of automobile industry. There are fantastic engineers who are capable of handling any problem in diesel engine. Now, from diesel, we have transformed into a hybrid engine. Now we are going for electrical vehicles. Now, if I give you a comparison of number of parts in a diesel engine, you will have maybe 2,200 parts. In an EV electric vehicle, you may have 200 to 20 parts. So therefore, the complexities are going to be different. Now, if this diesel engineer who is capable of handling this diesel part is not equipped, is not learning himself or herself to handle an EV, his or her job is going to be there, not going to be there. So therefore, it's a relevance question. In the past also it has happened, in the future also it will take place. And yeah, there are a lot of, even, so therefore I can tell you that the job of nurse will remain, but the job of, lab technicians may not work, because tomorrow it may happen that, you give like ATM, you go to a place, you put your business card, card, and go inside, do all your medical checkup and comes in, and things will be, all reports will be at your mailbox. So therefore, but the job of nurse will remain, because you need that human touch, you need that empathy. So therefore, to answer your questions, yes, job situation will change and it will disrupt. Yeah.
Thank you, Suma. Exactly what I have to say. Exactly, indeed. Yes, automation. Well, we're talking about fourth industrial revolution. Every industrial revolution has had jobs go away and has had new jobs created, maybe not in the same balance. This is why it comes back to education being so important now, because people who tend to lose jobs in an industrial revolution of whatever sort are the people who have the sort of lowest skill base. But unfortunately, that's just, that is how it's been. So training people to have the skills for the future. And yes, we talked earlier, Suman, you said, you don't know what job your daughter will do. It might not have been invented yet or created. And this is part of that process. So are we living through a transformative and one of those big seismic moments in history? Yes, we are. My mum always says to me that her world, coming out of World War II, her world and mine were, there were some technology advances, but essentially they were quite similar worlds. Where we're going. So yes, jobs will go, and that is scary for all of us always. And lots of new jobs will also be created. If I look in my world of container ports and terminals, we're having automated cranes, driverless cranes. But there's also the benefits there that's more of safety, taking people away from those difficult environments. Now we have remote operated cranes in a central control tower rather than on the dock. And that's opening jobs up for women, for instance, who wouldn't go and drive a traditional crane quite often, few and far between. But now there's new job opportunities for them to be highly skilled crane operators in a remote environment, just as another example to join Suman.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
So from what I hear, this is what I'm taking away. So, I mean, it started off as a question because most of us land up asking this question. This is the first question anyone asks me as well, and this is the first question that comes to everyone's mind. Will my job be taken away? But I think it beautifully ties back to the discussion that we just had, that that replaceability that has gone up. And like mentioned, every revolution. The reason we call it a revolution is because there's a massive change and there's a massive shift. It's not just a change; it's a revolution, and hence the word. Now, having said that, the only difference I believe that we are in right now, it used to take either 100, it takes like 100 years for a change, or like and that timeline has drastically gone down. It's like the kind of there'll be a point wherein the expectation of upskilling from us would be we'll have the frequency of the software updates we get on our mobile phones. You never know, we're probably moving towards that, because that's exactly what's happening. So I think it's the velocity element that is really impacting the professionals in the industry more than anything, and the capability to keep up with what's happening. So that those are one or two takeaways that I feel. And for somebody who is still very fresh to all these concepts and industry, I find it hard to keep up. And there are so many things to be done, and I think which is exactly why we need leaders like you. More mentorship, more sponsorship, more thought leadership is much more relevant than ever before, because there has to be a direction setting to as to where we are headed. We are so much, our heads are so into the race that we don't know which direction we are headed, and we need that support. And that's exactly why we created the space for having such conversations with people like you. So that those will be my closing comments to this amazing discussion. If you have any closing comments for all of those who had joined us, that'll be great. So
Well, thank you, Rashmi. Just wanted to thank you so much for a fantastic debate. And Suman, thank you for really great comments. I could have gone on talking for a long while. I've learned a lot, so I would say it's brilliant you brought this community together to exchange and share views. We've never needed to do that more than we do now. You said one of the benefits of a community of whatever sort it is, which is my fervent belief, is that cross-functional mindset and developing that by talking to other people and going, oh, that's how it works for you. So yeah, I just thank you very much. And I think it's a great initiative, and I'm taking away cross-functional mindset and am I relevant to add to me.
Thank you, Rachel, for your comments. I think for me also, it was a great platform. We had interacted. And Rashmeet, I think pretty young days. And I think thanks, Rashmeet, for you to create this platform. I enjoyed this discussion. And I would like to end the comment from my side, I think, where you have asked one question about what the future leaders should do. I think last point I would talk about, let them look for happiness. I think whatever they are doing, am I happy? I think let us look at happiness part of it. Am I happy? I think, yes, Rashmit, you have mentioned about the rat race. Nothing happens if you do not become a general manager or a vice president. Also, I think that's a learning. The world doesn't change, and if you are happy, I think this vice president, these general managers, all these things are for outside world. So therefore, for the inside, if you are happy, I think you are a great person. So therefore, let us look for that, and learnings, everything relevance will automatically come into picture. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for bringing all those aspects, and I really want to thank you too for joining us. It's been a long day for us, but I could not have found, like I said, best set of people for this discussion, and even better way to end the conversation, that it doesn't really matter where you're headed and where you reach in your life. It's at the end of the day if you're happy or not. So this makes me happy. Community makes me happy. That's why I'm here on a weekend. And I'm sure that makes you happy as well, besides having full-time roles and, you are contributing on a weekend. So thank you so much for your time, Rachel and Suman.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. And to everyone else who has been here for the last 4 hours, this is the day 1 of Technology Conclave. We'll be having another 5 hours scheduled for tomorrow. Such amazing conversations. So stay tuned. I will see you all tomorrow again. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And we'll log in tomorrow. Take care. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.